I'd like to say good evening to everyone. This is April the 13th, and we're about to start the board meeting. And we're gonna open up with the Pledge of Allegiance. And then from there, we'll do the land acknowledgement, and then we will proceed on. Let us stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now we go to the land acknowledgement.
We recognize that we are currently on the lands of the Chochenyo, Muwekma, Karkin, Ohlone peoples and acknowledge them as the first inhabitants of the land we currently occupy.
Thank you. And now we will proceed on to A4. Welcome once again. Tonight's meeting, we're about to get started. And we will do this before we go into closed session. The board then will adjourn. If you're attending the meeting in person here at the John, and you wish to make a public comment now on closed session items, you need to submit an orange request to address the board form to indicate your desire to speak. If participating by Zoom, you will need to raise your hand by clicking on the appropriate icon in the Zoom app, or by pressing *9. If addressing the meeting by phone, there is no meeting yielding of time to another speaker, and there is no substitution of speaker permitted. Please finish up the orange cards. If you are here in the audience, and if you are in the Zoom or attending by phone, get in line to speak by raising your Zoom hand now. To access translation of the agenda, click the top webpage using the word English for indication into multiple languages. Meeting interpretation services are available. Clicking on the globe icon at the bottom of the screen. Due to the Brown Act, board members cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda and do not usually respond to items presented in public comment. Please note that the order of business may be changed without notice. At this time, we will do roll call, and Dr. Harris.
Thank you, sir. President Christian.
Here.
Trustee Clerk Gonzalez-Hoy. Trustee Reckler.
Good evening, I'm present.
Trustee Smith-Folds.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Great, present.
Thank you. And Trustee Phillips. We have President Christian present, Trustee Reckler present, and Trustee Smith Folds present. I do have a statement from Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy that he asked me to read. He does say, Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy, unfortunately could not be here. He conveys his apologies. Unfortunately, he tested positive for COVID and is recovering at home. He thanks everyone for their kind thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hurst. Now, we are moving on to A6, disclosure of items to be discussed in closed session, Government Code 54986.9. Tonight, the board will consider number one, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Two, conference with labor negotiators. Three, public employee appointment. Four, public employee discipline, dismissal, release complaint. And we will adjourn to closed session at this time. Actually, before we go, are there any anyone to speak on any closed session item?
No public comment.
All right, if there's no public comment, now we can go to closed session. I'd like to say good evening to everyone and welcome back from closed session. The board is returned from closed session, and we are centering on we are coming back from closed session, and to access the translation of the agenda, click on the web page using the word English for translation into multiple languages. Meeting interpretation services are available in the Zoom by clicking on the globe icon at the bottom of the screen. Due to the ongoing COVID-19 crisis, the manner in which the Board of Education meetings are conducted has changed. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation as we experiment with new ways to conduct the people's business while allowing the maximum participation and adhering to our values of respect and safety for the community. The board will hear public comments tonight. If you are attending the meeting in person, you will need to submit an orange request to address the board form to indicate your desire to speak on the agenda item. Please finish up or raise those hands. A staff member will give you an orange card if you are participating inside the auditorium. If participating by Zoom, you will need to raise your hand by clicking on the appropriate icon of the Zoom app or by pressing *9. Accessing the meeting by phone, there is no yielding of time, nor is a substitution of speaker permitted. If you are making a public comment from Zoom, please raise your Zoom hand now. Due to the Brown Act, members cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda and do not usually respond to items presented in public comment. Please note, the order of business may change without notice. For all, we have a parliamentary person that will be with us this evening. Tonight, speaking and voting order is as follows. We have our student trustees, Trustee Leon and Trustee Flores. And then we have Trustee Phillips, Trustee Reckler, Trustee Smith Folds, myself, and Gonzalez Hoy which is not here. Clerk Gonzalez Hoy is not here. And so the night of the order of the speaking will take place. And I want to, are there to report out anything from closed session?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We would like to report out, it was 4 yeses, 1 board member absent, approved the proposed settlement agreement, OHA, case number 202-112-0166. Also, we'd like to report out there was 4 yeses, 1 absent for the high school principal for Hercules High School, Ms. Raquel Colbert as that principal. And also 3 yeses, 1 abstain. That was Trustee Smith Folds abstained for the approval of the Shannon Elementary School principal, Jennifer Porter Gulick. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hurst. And now we will go to public comment. And do we have any public comment in the auditorium? And then we will also have the public comment in the Zoom. So I would turn it over to staff for the public comment.
Okay, we didn't have anyone sign up for public comment in person. So we'll go to the Zoom.
No, sir.
Can you please state your name?
You- Turn that speaker on.
Yeah, it's that one right there.
To our esteemed president, distinguished members of the board, to our illustrious superintendent, my name is Andre Shoemake. I'm a school community outreach worker at Eastern Elementary School. I rose tonight under public comment to share with you a concern that we are having at Nystrom. We, over the past few years, have offered ESL and citizenship classes at Nystrom Elementary School. We're in a position now, particularly since we're able to come back in person, where we have 20+ parents, adults, who would love to attend an ESL class at Nystrom Elementary School. Our principal, Mr. Jamie Allardyce, is for the program. We have the space for the program. There's an adult ed teacher willing to teach the program. However, we've been informed that I believe at the administrative level that the program is being blocked. It's being blocked. We have 20+ parents, adults, who are having to walk from the Nystrom area to Richmond High School at night to attend an ESL class that could be offered right in our community. So I just wanted to bring that to you all's attention and pray that you will consider doing what we can to offer that program to those families. Space is not an issue. The desire to have them is not an issue. We want the families to be there, but there is a roadblock that's stopping this program from going forward. So please, sir, please, ma'am, if you would consider what you all could do at the board level to try to make this happen for these adults, these families, we would deeply appreciate it at Nystrom Elementary School, which is also known as Paradise. Thank you very much.
Our next public speaker is Jean Kinster. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, board. I am Jean Kincher. I work at Verde Elementary, and I really hope I do not understand the agenda. I noticed E6 on tonight's agenda, and it looks like the school district is asking the board members to approve a waiver that will allow the district to be given an exemption from the required expenditures for classroom teacher salaries due to financial constraints demonstrated in our 21-22 first and second interim reports. You're asking to take away $4,643,216 that you are required to spend on teacher salaries. What cuts to salaries have been made across the district for the next 3 years? What salaries will be cut or have money taken away from them at the district office for the next 3 years? What contracts will be cut and frozen for the next 3 years? I find it unethical and demoralizing that the district is trying to remove money that they are required to spend on teacher salaries when we're entering a contract negotiation. This sets our salaries for the next 3 years. We did not receive any salary raises in the last contract, so for 3 years we had no salary increase. Our district is not paid at the same rate as surrounding districts. We are paid less. Our pay scale is lower than surrounding districts. We need teachers in our classrooms, teachers that will need to go to other districts to be able to afford the rising costs of living and inflation that we're facing. But you're offering no increases after 3 years. I'm also hoping that you're not going to try to raise the class sizes, take away money that goes towards our Kaiser percentages, or any other things that will impact our financial stability and availability to pay our bills and be teachers. We need to be here and in the classroom. We need to take these cuts away from the students, away from the classrooms. Our students don't need to be impacted by things like this. They need us now more than they've ever needed us. Again, I hope I really misunderstood and didn't read that item correctly.
Our next public comment is Jeffrey Bean.
Good evening, Superintendent Hurst, President Christian, and board members. I'm Jeffrey Bean. I teach fifth. Could you hear that, or was I muted?
We can hear you.
You can hear me now. Good. So is my time starting now, or is my time started? Okay. It asked me to unmute again. I'm not sure what happened. I'm Jeffrey Bean. I teach at Shannon Elementary in Pinole. I've been in the district for almost 8 years. I've been at Shannon for almost 7 years. I see that there is concern about the budget. I believe the experts who work for the district, and I think that's a concern, big concern. I am questioning the strategies that will be used to solve the problem. as a teacher, the main thing that helps students learn is people. Having staff, especially having staff that is retained over a long period of years, having small class sizes, those are really the things that keep students learning, because teaching is about relationships. There's been some talk about contracts the district has, and it looks easy to cut budget by cutting salaries. That's a big item, easy to cut. But I encourage you to look at all the contracts that come across your desk during meetings. I looked through contracts for the last 4 or 5 board meetings, and I know very little about school budgeting, but there are items that I would look at every small thing and ask, is this really essential? Is this really a student-facing thing? I mean, you have lots of contracts coming through to you tonight. Some are important. Some are things that we could maybe live without for a year or two until we get things in order. I encourage you to review everything carefully and consider voting against the things that we could do without briefly. Thank you for your time.
Our next public comment is Thomas Scott. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, board and superintendent. I'm speaking tonight to the board, asking the board not to change the language to the Associate Superintendent of Human Resources job description. The new language will allow a non-credentialed person to be placed in this position. It's important that the Associate Superintendent of Human Resources can evaluate all employees and has held the position of a school principal. We've already had the experience of a non-credentialed person leading our department, and it did not work. I feel like the language change will allow, again, for a person to be placed in this position. It's important that we have a credentialed person that has the experience of leading a school to lead the human resources department. Board, please do not allow this job description language to change again. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Joanna Pace. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, board. This is Joanna Pace this evening representing a group of volunteers called Public Core. We'd like a little more information on a consent item. Normally, you just vote in the whole consent calendar there. And on item C9, could you please take some time to explain what an amendment to a facilities use agreement for a charter school is? We'd just like to have more information out there for the public to understand what impact Invictus charter schools facility use agreement will have on the rest of the school district. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Maisha Harris Gash. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Maisha Harris Gash, Kennedy High School SPED teacher and graduate, very proud graduate. My energy is low because I'm exhausted. I am truly exhausted. And in the aftermath of what our campus experienced yesterday, like I didn't even want to go to work today. But the one thing that I know is that my students were going to show up. And my students showed up. You know, young people should not necessarily be put in a position to pour into their teacher, but my students definitely do. We had great conversation today about things that transpired and just about life. So I really appreciate and I value them. And so, you know, I'm really talking about them. My students are brilliant. They are seeking educators who will just unleash their brilliance, their critical thinking, their problem solving. And so I just want to give, praise and hand claps to my students. I let them know that I speak about them. But there are just days where it's just really hard to step into the building and be one's best. But my students, I shouldn't say but, however, my students, they don't know it, but they really poured into their teacher today. And so I hope that all of our students are getting what they deserve, what they need, that we as educators continue to step up and show up even when we are not at our best, because that's what our students deserve. They're like my children. I have raised a child and I know what I've wanted for her and I know what I want for my students. In closing, I want to say it was nice to see district support yesterday in the aftermath of what transpired on our campus. It's always good to see each and every one of you. And today, Trustee Christian, it was great to see you and speak with you today. Everybody have a wonderful, blessed night.
And our last public comment is Gustavo Aguilera. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. This concludes our public comment.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for giving public comment this evening. And now we will proceed on with the agenda, and we will go to B4, agenda review and adoption. Dr. Hurst, what's the approximate time that you think we need for the presentation that accompany the different items tonight?
Mr. President, there's a number of items, including action items and discussion items. We estimate about 2 hours. However, we do have a couple of items that we would like to pull as a staff. We have items E3 and items E4 that staff would like to pull. E3, yes, sir, and E4.
E3 and E4, thank you. Trustee Phillips.
I would like to pull for, thank you for recognizing me. I would like to pull items C10 and C12 for discussion.
All right, thank you. Trustee Reckler.
I'd like to pull C9 for discussion, please.
Can you repeat that, please?
C9, First Amendment of Facilities Use Agreement for Invictus.
Okay, C9. Okay, thank you. All right. Board, I just ask you to be succinct in your comments and to pick 1 or 2 focus points for this evening so that we can move along at a good pace. Thank you in advance for your cooperation.
President Phillips, I'm sorry, President Christian, may I make a short comment, please?
Can you repeat that?
May I make a short comment, please?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. I appreciate the complexity of putting together an agenda. And I also realize that the board has not met in a month, but this agenda with the number of items on it really doesn't give space for some of the important topics. And so in the future, I'm hoping that, you know, you'll think through carefully in agenda setting what can actually fit into a meeting. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Board, are there any other adjustments that you wish to make to the agenda?
President Christian,
Go ahead, Trustee Smith-Fall.
I just want to make sure that I understand. We're thinking about, well, we're going to vote to pull 9, 10, and 12, correct? C9, C10, and C12. Is that what I heard?
Yes, you have E3, E4, E10, C10, C12, and C9.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification.
Okay, now we move to a vote to adopt the agenda as presented. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Trustee Phillips.
I move that we adopt the agenda with the following changes. C9, C10, and C12 pulled for discussion, and the E3 and 4 pulled off the agenda in their entirety.
All right. Get a second.
Reckler will second.
All right, it's been second, it's been moved by Trustee Phillips, second by Trustee Reckler. And now to the vote. Trustee Phillips,
Phillips, yes.
Reckler, yes.
Trustee Smith-Fall.
Smith Folds, yes?
All right, and now to our student trustees, Trustee Leon
Leon, yes.
and Trustee Flores.
Flores, yes.
Okay, and myself is a yes. All right, and so that carries, and now we'll move on to B5. It's the approval of minutes of the November 17th, 2021, and November 29th, 2021, and December the 8th, 2021. So going back, so for the approval of those minutes. So do I have a second? A motion to move it?
I'll move the minutes as presented.
All right, do I have a second?
I second that. I'll second that.
You second? All right. It's been moved by Trustee Reckler, second by Trustee Leon. And now to the vote, Trustee Phillips.
I have a question, if I may. These minutes are from 5 months ago. Why are we approving minutes 5 months after the meeting happened?
All right, we need to, Dr. Hurst.
So this is a piece that we have been working on, and it's really the processing piece of Board of Trustees. But that is a piece that we are working on, processing the minutes.
Thank you. I will vote yes.
Reckler, yes.
All right. Trustee Smith Fall,
Smith Folds, yes.
Student Trustee Leon,
Leon, yes.
Trustee Flores,
Flores, yes.
and myself is a yes. And it carries and it moves. All right. And now we're on to B6. The resolutions, and we have two resolutions tonight. And the student trustees will give the resolutions. I don't know which one has what.
Now therefore be it resolved that the governing board of West Contra Costa Unified School District does hereby proclaim Thursday, March 31st, 2022 as an official day of recognition of the life and work of Cesar Chavez, encouraging all teachers to make use of the model curriculum and other supplemental Cesar Chavez resources in their teaching presentations during the month of March and beyond.
All right, thank you. And Trustee Leon.
Resolution 69-2122, Dolores Huerta Day. Now therefore be it resolved that the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education does hereby adopt this resolution to honor Dolores Huerta, a national civil rights and labor leader. And be it further resolved, the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education directs the superintendent and all district staff to support lessons and activities that teach about the life and struggles of Dolores Huerta and to conduct celebrations honoring her life as a powerful force for social justice and empowerment for all.
All right, thank you, Trustee Leon. And we had two resolutions that were read by student trustees. Trustee Phillips,
I move that we approve resolution number 682122, Cesar Chavez Day, and resolution number 69-2122, Dolores Huerta Day.
all right, do I have a second?
I second.
It's been second.
President Christian, I have a comment.
Yes, go ahead.
I want to be sure that what we can start doing as a board is not only passing these resolutions, but seeing the fruition of the resolutions, right? We're asking for teachers and staff to teach on the resolutions and the subjects that we pass. I want to see it. Like, let's see some of these presentations brought forth to the board. Let's see some of this, the presentations put up on the district website. Let's see how the resolutions that we pass, let's see them living and breathing. Let's not just passing them, because passing them is just like the sustainability and the girth is not there. But when we can see that we have teachers in the district and sites in the district that are really holding on to these lessons, then we can actually grow our diversity and our equity and grow the lessons in the curriculum that represents the children that sit in front of our classes. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith Folds.
Trustee Smith Folds, is that a motion, an amendment to ask the schools to submit their presentations or whatever they're doing, or was that just a suggestion?
That was just a comment on passing resolutions, and I hope that I have the ear of the superintendent so he can then make that part of what he's requesting, that his ED's request of the sites, and then the sites pass it down to their teachers with all the support, and the resources needed to bring some of this back to the board so we can see it and to bring it out to our greater community through the website.
All right, thank you. And so now we'll move to the vote. Trustee Phillips,
Phillips, yes.
Reckler, yes.
trustee trustee Smith Fall,
Smith Folds, yes.
student trustees, trustee Leon
Leon, yes.
and trustee Flores,
Flores, yes.
and myself, a yes. And
President Christian, I have a point of order or a
Yeah.
point of clarity, I would say.
Go
Do you
ahead.
do you want us to wait for you to call our names and then we say our vote, or we just going in order? Because I don't want to stall the process. Like, I know that I go after trustee Reckler. What's the process? Do I wait to be called and then say my vote, or do I just go right after? Ms.
you can
Dunning?
actually, because you go right after trustee Reckler, so you can just so with the flow, and then same thing with the student trustees as well.
Okay, perfect. Then I won't wait to be recognized. I'll just vote. Thank you, President Christian.
President Christian, if I can jump in real quick and mention that proper parliamentary procedure is that they wait to be called.
Okay,
So you're the chair, though. You can decide however you want to do it.
all right, thank you. All right, now we'll move to the vote. Did we do the vote?
Yes, you did.
All right, we did the vote. All right. So now we will go to C, business consent items. These are routine items that approve with one motion or a vote unless pulled. Trustee Phillips.
I move that we adopt the consent calendar with the exceptions of items C9, C10, and C12.
All right. Are there any other changes? All right, then we move to the vote. And
President Christian,
yes,
I do have a question. Is it too late for me to pull C6? I would like to hear about the English language learner reclassification criteria. Is it too late for me to pull C6?
no, it's not.
May I please pull C6, please?
All right. C6. All right, trustee Phillips.
I withdraw my motion and I move that we adopt the consent calendar with the exceptions of C6, C9, C10, and C12.
All right. It's been moved. Is there a second?
President Christian, can I make an amendment? Can I also pull C2, approval of fundraising activities? I have a couple questions.
Which one is that?
C2,
C2?
yes.
All right, thank you. Trustee Phillips.
I withdraw my motion again, and I move that we adopt the consent calendar with the exceptions of C2, C6, C9, C10, and C12.
All right, it's been moved. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
All right, it's been seconded by Leon, moved by trustee Phillips. And now to the vote. Trustee Phillips,
Phillips, yay.
trustee Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
trustee Smith Folds.
Smith Folds, yes?
All right. Student trustee, trustee Leon,
Leon, yes.
trustee Flores.
Flores, yes.
All right, and myself is a yes. And it carries. All right. And now, we're moving to D, Superintendent, Communication Parliamentary Report.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We wanted to take a moment just to recognize individual that has passed. He's been a longstanding member in our community and very involved in our school district. His name is Johnny Holmes, Sr. He was born May 6, 1937, passed April the 4th, 2022. Just wanted to share a little bit about Mr. Holmes. I had the opportunity to speak with his cousin, Diane Holmes, and she shared this information with me. And I wanted to just share it with the board and the community who's listening. At the age of 8, Johnny Holmes, along with his parents and 4 siblings, came to Richmond in 1945 from Natchitoches, Louisiana, and moved into the Seaport Housing Project. Johnny attended school in the former Richmond Unified School District and graduated from El Cerrito High School in 1955. Johnny played baseball and sang in the a cappella choir at El Cerrito High. Johnny was on the baseball varsity team in his senior year, and the team won their championship game, and he was inducted into the El Cerrito Hall of Fame. Johnny was an employee of the Richmond Unified School District, West Contra Costa Unified School District. In 1967, he was a student supervisor at Kennedy High. Also in 1968, Johnny began sponsoring citywide talent shows at the Richmond Auditorium as a means to fund the expenses of the track team and as a second diversion to negative influences. The half-stepper track team has been a positive influence for Richmond youth for the past 54 years. It's produced 50 national champions, 7 NFL players, 3 attorneys, and Alameda County's Superior Court judge. One of its members, Sharonda Williams, graduated from Arizona State University and was in the 2008 Olympic semifinals. The half-steppers remain active to this present day. I did ask Diane Holmes, one of Johnny's favorite sayings, he shared with me one of his favorite sayings was, "Did someone call my name?" Our prayers go out to the family, the Holmes family. Thank you for allowing me to share that. We also wanted to share about Perry's K-8 school dental clinic. And just wanted to share and acknowledge that they had a passing the toothbrush ceremony. It was celebrated Thursday at the free dental clinic. And it started in a janitor's closet at Richmond's Perry's Elementary School in 1997. As the clinic's founding dentist, Dr. Dan Tanita, retires to Arizona, and Dr. Josh Rosales takes the helm. The clinic, which has been closed for about 3 years, as Dr. Tanita stepped back and the pandemic hit, also marked its reopening. And throughout the years, Dr. Tanita volunteered his expertise once or twice per month at the Perry's Dental Clinic, which now has a larger and improved space since the school remodel years ago. He recently sold his separate private practice, San Pablo Smiles, to Dr. Rosales, who will volunteer his services at the school clinic, just like his predecessor. So we wanted to just share that and make that acknowledgement as well. And then we also wanted to share that we're very excited about Ketanji Brown Jackson, and wanted to acknowledge and recognize her that on April the 17th, 2022, a bipartisan group of senators confirmed Judge Jackson's nomination to the United States Supreme Court. I wanted to share just a little bit of information about her as well. Judge Jackson, she always was a high achiever throughout her childhood. And that was in spite of naysayers. And what I found interesting, but also reminiscent of my experience as well, she was told by her counselors that she was told that she wanted to go to Harvard, but she was informed by her counselors that she shouldn't set her sights so high. The interesting thing, though, is Judge Jackson, she graduated magna cum laude from Harvard University, and then she went on to attend Harvard Law School, and she graduated cum laude and was also the editor of Harvard Law Review. And we wanted to just take this moment just to acknowledge Ms. Jackson, Judge Jackson, and we are super excited her being nominated and also passed by the Senate as the first African-American Supreme Court Justice. And it's reminiscent also years ago when President Barack Obama became the first African-American president. And we're excited again for Judge Jackson. She is a mentor for many, especially our young women and especially our African-American young women. So we did not want this moment to pass without sharing this with the public. And then I wanted to take the remainder of my time to share a future collaboration with a group called Rich Minds, and they have funding from the state, Tony Thurman, and I wanted to yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Antoine Cloyd, and he's going to share with us over the next several minutes a little bit about Rich Minds and some of the future work that we are going to engage with them as a district. Mr. Cloyd.
Hello? Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Antoine Cloyd. I'm just here to just share with you some things. I'm a longtime Richmond resident. Been in Richmond all my life. Used drugs for 35 years in this district. Went to school in this district. Was told I wasn't going to be nothing. The opportunities here were just toe up. Things was just started deteriorating in our community. And so I am a product of the environment of the things I'm going to talk about, okay? So for years, Richmond residents was never assessed. We were addressed. And we suffered through 40 years of trauma. So thanks to Dwayne Chapman, some of y'all probably know Dwayne Chapman, he fought for mental health services for this community for 40 years and never got nothing for West County out of that district, had all that money. We never got nothing. So when he passed, he gave me the reins. I don't know why he did it, but he gave me the reins. And I started really looking at the trauma of our people here in Richmond. If you don't know about Richmond, we had to go through the Cowboys. We had to go through our own community violence around substance abuse and drugs here in our community. And after 40 years, I came up with some concepts. I'm not going to hold you long, but because I want Mr. Morris to finish this off. So just give me 2 minutes. We suffer from what they call hood infected virus. Our community has been infected for years. And now the school system, since the pandemic, you've seen what's in our community, because now these kids have been isolated and now they're coming back to a controlled environment, and it don't work for them right now. They got to be all re-engaged again to sit down in that class and to pay attention, because they've just been running ragged. And all their feelings and emotions is just going on astray. And now you get violence in your schools. Why? Because that's what's taught in their homes. So what Rich Minds do is we go in that home and we do what they call mind remodification, behavior modification, because it's the parents that's teaching that behavior. But the music they listen to, by the programs they watch. That information comes down and y'all sitting in y'all classroom and y'all, well, Mr. Bill, can you sit down? No, little Bobby ain't fist to sit down. Because that ain't what he's taught. We want to go in there and teach the parents how to be parents again and let the kids know that their feelings are valid. You do not have to always act out in anger. Anger is nothing but a feeling, but nobody teaches our kids how to deal with those feelings and let them know that their feelings are valid. So what Rich Mind does is that we go in there and do a comprehensive assessment on these kids and let them know that we have what they call full wraparound services to embrace them and to show them how to be productive members of society. You don't have to always be violent. You have to learn sometime how to give up the right to be right. You don't have to be right all the time. You just don't, and you gotta, and through your athletics, it teaches you how to be a good loser. Sometimes to be a good winner, you gotta be a good loser. You got to nurture these kids in a way where we're embracing them as a community, not just the teacher that they trust in because they ain't getting the love in their home. We got to take it back and start loving on these kids all over again. And so what Rich Minds plans to do is to go into these homes and deal with their trauma, deal with them where they're lacking at. If they got food, we got food. We got a whole warehouse full of food. So we take away their excuses. Bring them, steer them to the building trades, bring the trades back into the school. I have connections to the unions. They want to come back into these schools, but it's going to take a little help because they suffer through substance abuse. Mental health and substance abuse is dual diagnosed. I sit on the board of alcohol and other drugs. I've been there 10 years. It took me 5 years just to get a drug program here on 23rd Street. 5 years. And it's there now. So I'm not saying something that don't work. I know it works because I'm the finished product. I'm not cured, but I'm doing a whole lot better. And that's what I want our kids to see, that they can change. They can have better opportunities. Because there's one thing, before I close, I want to say this. Choice is a game changer. Choice. You give our kids choice, that behavior going to change. So Mr. Morris is going to close this out with all the collaborations and the coalitions that we have. We have 16 people in this collaboration. So it's called Contra Costa Coalition of Mental Health Services. So I can't do everything. You can't do everything. But if you got 16 people dealing with one person, we're not going to miss too many things that kid has or are neglected for. Go ahead, Mr. Morris. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, board members. My name is Eddie Morris. I'm a community member here in Richmond. What I wanted to describe a little bit about our wraparound services. The concept of this thing is called a reimagined wraparound services under the coalition. Basically, what we're going to do is research shows the education, Reimagine Education, research shows that the schools, parents, and families, other communities work together to students to earn higher educations, attend regular and stay in school, and are more motivated. Let's give us some of our goals some of our goals that we really wanted to express. Goal 1 is to increase the access to culturally responsible health and wellness services, to collaborate with schools to offer peer-to-peer research, holistic, wellness support and education for transitional age youth. Support school consultation with parents, teachers, and staff members, educational groups for student groups, in-class presentation, focus on health and wellness, community outreach, participate with PTA, Parents' Night, and other community events on and off campuses. Plus, we already certified in helping out with crisis intervention, assisting the teachers that may need when different kind of disorders may arise and things like that. Another goal that we like to always come to is implement strategies within our community with law enforcement, basic peer support training, and provide overview and role responsibility of peer support workers and enhance the workers of communication, interaction, decision, and family peer support. Being employed with NAMI, and I work in the field for over 30 years in mental health, residential, we already know the needs and the wants of our community. We've noticed in the last couple of years, we have dealt with a lot of disparities, especially dealing with why we got on masks, which I cannot stand right now. But it's all about being safe. Would you imagine the traumatic effect that it had on our kids in the school setting right now? And we already see the effect of it right now. We see the disparities, and then we're on top of that, it trickles down from the parents. The coalition is based on 16 different professional mental health providers that we've already been doing the work since May. We started off, and then I'm gonna let Mr. Shoemaker explain to the effect of the coalition on how we reach out to the school department and reaching out with our expertise and skills that's to be very valuable with this community. This is the rich. This is where we're from. We have to start from the school, the nucleus of what's happening right now. Right. So I'm gonna let Mr. Shoemaker take it from here and let him explain the effect the coalition has while we're in the school.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Protocol being established. As a site coordinator of the Montanico Academic Coaching Program at Nystrom and working with many of the African-American families at Nystrom, daily I get requests from parents and parents sharing with me their concerns and their frustrations with how things is going socially and emotionally with their kids. So I approached Rich Mind saying, listen, all this great work, you brought all these mental health professionals who are culturally literate and culturally relevant that can meet the needs of these families. So I asked Rich Minds if we could partner together, bring this program into the schools, and we can do it as a pilot project through the Kennedy family of schools, meaning that those families who are in need, we can call these individuals up who will show up, who look like them. It's not that programs don't exist. Oftentimes the programs exist, but the question is the community availing themselves of the program, right? And there are a number of reasons why that might be, and we all know trust could be one of those reasons. So we are focusing on the social, emotional well-being of the students. We're concerned about academic success, and we're also concerned about positive attendance. And so we believe, because we understand that availability is crucial, that if we're in a position where we can have people show up in the homes and within the schools to support what is going on. We're not coming in trying to supplant or take over anything. The idea is to be a support system to those families. And again, these are individuals who have lived experiences, the cultural sensitivity that is required, and it can have a positive impact. So we ask that you keep Rich Minds in mind. I think it's a wonderful thing that we will use Kennedy family of schools as a pilot project, start small. Once after a year or so, we capture that data, then we may be able to take that program to scale throughout the other families of schools. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. Thank you. Hold on.
We also have our student trustee report.
All right. Everybody, this is the first WCCUSD student trustee report for April 13th, 2022. So these are all the members of the WCCUSD All Student Congress. I'd like to congratulate all the members here listed from the respective high school and middle schools, and to also thank Mr. Merriweather, our K-12 coordinator, who has assembled this team of 2 trustees and these members.
The 2021 through 2022 West Contra Costa Unified School District All-Student Congress consists of 41 students and 2 student trustees. The All-Student Congress has 3 sole responsibilities: participate to create monthly student presentations, vote for the next student trustee, and to report student activity from individual campuses to the board.
All right, so we're going to start with middle school concerns and events that are hosted this month. So leading on, so from a polls of middle schools around the district, Trustee Flores and I found 3 primary concerns. First, possession of drugs and vapes on school campuses. Number 2, dress code inequities between female and male students. And number 3, discipline of teachers that are misrepresenting the curriculum or mistreating students by ethnic background. And we'll go into depth into each of these points. So concern number 1, Korematsu Middle School students have seen an increase in drug and vape usage between students. Students are wondering about a see something / say something program that allows students that are uncomfortable to report problems anonymously. There are other proposed solutions in our meetings, which were implementing drug dogs or also checks that could indicate location of drugs. After talking to Dr. Hurst, I was informed that WCCUSD does participate in a We Tip program, which does allow for anonymous tipping for situations similar to this on a larger scale. Concern number 2, from Betty Reed Soskin Middle School and Korematsu Middle School. Students have both experienced inequities in dress code. Students are claiming that staff have been unfair with enforcing this dress code policy. For example, some male students are able to wear tank tops while female students are not able to. Students would like to participate to create a newly revised dress code as a solution, or also make modifications if necessary. Concern number 3, students from Hercules and Korematsu Middle School are claiming some faculty and staff members are misrepresenting the curriculum and allowing personal inappropriate beliefs to affect their teaching. This may include possible mimicking of non-English cultures and unfair gender treatment. Superintendent Dr. Hurst has informed the student trustees that any inappropriate behavior from staff should be reported immediately to the administration. And this concludes 3 primary concerns of the middle school section. I would again like to thank the middle schoolers who participated in the All-Student Congress meetings for giving such thoughtful insight onto problems affecting each of their campuses. And lastly, we have middle school events that are coming up. Korematsu Middle School is hosting a spring dance on April 22nd at Korematsu Middle School. And Hercules Middle School, I was informed, conducted a protest against racism. I think it was a classroom event on April 12th. Thank you very much.
Now going on to the high school concerns. Trustee Leung and I, along with the All-Student Congress members of the high school sites, were able to identify 3 major concerns that each school shared. The first one is lacking trust and interaction with counselors. The second one is issues with disrespectful comments / behaviors and not being dealt with appropriately. The third one is school bathrooms. Concern number 1, lacking trust and interaction with counselors. Majority of the students expressed similar experiences when it came to trying to meet with their counselors. The first one is counselors never being in office. Every time students went to look for their counselor, they're always told that they were on break or on lunch, or they weren't there for some reason, you know? So the second one is hard time setting up appointments via school website. A lot of students had trouble navigating the website. So that led them to that discouraged them to make an appointment. The third one was having to send multiple emails, and counselors were not responding. Number 4 was not feeling comfortable with counselors because they never met them. The second concern is issues with disrespectful comments / behaviors and not being dealt with appropriately. The first one is conflicts with sexual assault, rape, racist, and homophobic comments, and students not receiving admin help. 2, issues being kept in the dark instead of talking about it as a community. Jacob from El Cerrito High School, one of our All-Student Congress members, said administration not taking things seriously leads to students not taking things seriously. So obviously, since these things are being reported and nothing is being done, these students don't find it as a problem and they continue doing it. So there has to be a call to action and they need to be held accountable. So some suggested solutions were having assemblies, presentations, or hiring a spokesperson experienced on the topics of these repeatedly seen / reported issues to educate students and bring awareness. Actually, in El Cerrito High School, they recently had an assembly regarding consent. So I believe a other schools should also get on that too. The third one is school bathrooms. Not providing feminine products in girls' bathrooms. Obviously, that's something that girls really need. It's not something that we just like casually, oh no, they don't need it. No, yeah, we need it, and we need it in the bathrooms. The second one is empty soap dispensers, no toilet paper / seat covers. The third one is graffiti in stalls with offensive writing, promoting homophobia, racism, and inappropriate drawings. The fourth one is bathrooms being closed for students during school. And the fifth one is crowded bathrooms during lunchtime. Students are often told to go to the bathroom during lunch. So if the bathrooms are closed if the bathrooms are crowded during lunchtime, some students choose to wait in line. And at the end of the day, once they find an open stall and they, finish what they're doing, they get out. Lunchtime is over. They're not able to get lunch. Some students, they choose to go get lunch. And by the time they decide to go to the bathroom, the bell rings and now it's time to go to class. And once they get into class, they get, called out and saying, hey, like, why didn't you go during lunch? So understanding that this is an issue, maybe having more bathrooms, maybe not closing them during school would be great. Thank you, that's all.
Now we're open to take any questions for either the student report or the superintendent report.
Are there any questions? Trustee Reckler?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask Dr. Hurst to follow up with the students. Address, oh, sorry. I know it's very echoey tonight. I'm sorry about that. I'd just like to ask you to follow up with the students on their concerns. Thank you.
Most definitely, we would definitely follow up.
Are there any questions?
President Christian,
Yes.
is this the appropriate time for questions and comments or just questions?
Yeah, question and comment.
Thank you so much. First, I want to say what a wonderful report. Thank you both very much. It was informative. It was clear. It was everything that we're looking for when we're looking for those community reports to come back. So thank you very much for that. Second, I do want to make one correction to the report. The protest from Hercules Middle School did not happen on April the 12th. It's been postponed. So the all student Congress representatives from Hercules Middle School, they will be able to tell you more about that and give you an update on the date. But I did want to let you know that it did not happen yesterday. The other thing is, Trustee Flores, period, poverty is real. I 100% agree with you. It needs to be in every bathroom starting in 4th grade. We need to have the sanitary products starting in 4th grade, not only in the bathrooms, but in the classrooms. Young ladies do not need to have to walk all the way down to the office. They need to have it readily and available for them. I think that one of the issues with the bathrooms, and I do want to say, I love how the student trustees are bringing solutions. They're highlighting the issues and the concerns, but they're also bringing solutions. So I think that that's wonderful. Student trustees, I think one of the things about the bathrooms is we need more people. We need more monitors, and to get more bathrooms open. We need more people to monitor those areas so we can open up more bathrooms. I think one of the things that we're finding in the district all over is we need more people. We have too many things to do and not enough people to do it. But I want to let you know that the bathroom situation should be very much something that it's something that we need to take care of right away. Not having soap, not having seat covers, not having sanitary products in there. All of those things are just unacceptable. So thank you again for highlighting that. Dr. Hurst, I would like that to be at the very top of this list of taking care of those bathrooms and having some monitoring with the bathrooms. The other thing is what I'm seeing in your report is that we need to go back and talk about equity. We need to go back and have conversations around what race and equity look like in this district. and how we can implement those policies, those protective policies for our students and our teachers and our staff. But thank you again for highlighting that. Your report was excellent. I look forward to the next report from both of you, and let me know if I can help at all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other comments or questions concerning the report?
President Christian, I'm so sorry. I did have one more thing to say.
Go ahead.
At Hercules Middle School, trustees, at Hercules Middle School, they had a program, a tobacco program, and I can't remember the name of it, but there's a part of me that wants to say the acronym was TUPE. If you contact Hercules administration, they can tell you more about that program. I've looked at that program before. I helped out volunteering with it a little bit. It's actually a really good program, but I believe the acronym is, the acronym is TUPA, at the TUPE maybe. So if you want to get in contact with Hercules Middle School, or if you would like me to get that name for you, I can get it and send it to you. Thank you. That's it, President Christian.
All right, thank you. All right. If there's no other questions, we will proceed on with the agenda this evening. We will go to E, the action items. And Dr. Hurst, we are in your area.
Yes, for action item 1, we do have, this is actually Mr. Tenasicek's item, but we do have something for the board president to share first.
All right, I will be reading information for you this evening. The board president tonight, the district board will conduct a public hearing on the initial proposal of UTR and the district pursuant to the sunshine requirement of California Government Code, Section 3547. During the public hearing, the hearers will be in the gathering of input from public, including the district, the teachers, other employees, and parents regarding the bargaining proposal being presented. The purpose of this meeting is to inform the public about the topics of negotiation between the district and UTR. Tonight's meeting will proceed as follows. First, the board will open public hearing. Second, Cognac, Director of Labor Relations and District Negotiator, will be given 10 minutes to make a presentation in the presentation to the board regarding the initial proposal from UTR and the district. Third, upon the conclusion of the Director of Labor Relation presentation, the board president will take public comments on this item. The total time for comment from each participant will be limited to 1 minute. The total time allotted for all public comments on this matter will be 15 minutes. Fourth, the board members may ask any questions to the district staff. The public hearing will then be read. At this time, I am opening public hearing on the initial proposal of UTR and the district. I invite the Director of Labor Relations to make a presentation to us as stated.
Thank you, President Christian, trustees, Dr. Hurst, and community members. We're here tonight, as President Christian stated, in relation to California Government Code 3547, to discuss the initial proposals for sunshining for both United Teachers of Richmond, UTR, as well as WCCUSD. In that, we had a one-year collective bargaining agreement that was from July 1st, 2021, expiring this year being June 30th, 2022. The contract is for a successor agreement in relation to the proposals from each of both UTR as well as WCCUSD. The purpose is to sunshine in front of the public to allow any comment and then proceed to negotiations thereafter. There has been no negotiations to date. The parties have met only to meet and confer and talk about the negotiation process after today. Once we have completed negotiations, we'll be filling out an AB 1200 that will be brought to the Contra Costa County Office of Education for approval, as well as the school board. No MOUs or other matters other than discussed will be proposed at this time. As a result of that, I just briefly wanted to go over the initial proposals from both UTR as well as WCCUSD, our district, that was posted on our websites, school sites, as well as on the board agenda. From from UTR, it is Article 1, the agreement, Article 3, successor agreement, Article 7, union rights, Article 10, hours of employment and duty assignment, Article 11, adjunct duties, Article 12, class size, Article 13, leaves, Article 14, transfers and reassignments, Article 15, evaluations, Article 17, parent complaint procedure, Article 19, safety, Article 22, school calendar, Article 23, salary, Article 25, employee benefits, Article 27, substitute teaching, Article 28, part-time teaching, Article 31, itinerant teachers, Article 32, temporary teachers, Article 33, consultation, Article 39, harassment, Article 42, miscellaneous provisions, Article 45, promotions, Article 46, staff development, Article 49, restructuring, Article 52, special education, and Article 53, community schools. UTR has also proposed a few articles for cleanup in relation to minor corrections or obsolete language, to include Article 2, definitions, Article 8, organizational security, Article 16, grievance procedure, Article 18, personnel files, Article 26, specially funded teachers, Article 29, special services and support personnel, Article 36, summer school, Article 40, non-discrimination, and Article 48, academic freedom. From the WCCUSD or the district, our proposals for sunshining include Article 1, the agreement, Article 3, successor agreement, Article 8, organizational security, Article 9, disciplinary action, Article 10, workday and work year, Article 12, class size, Article 14, transfer and reassignments, Article 22, school calendar, Article 23, salary, Article 25, employee benefits, Article 46, staff development, Article 49, restructuring, Article 52, special education, and Appendix K, dealing with self-directed learning days. To date, no proposals or formal proposals on these articles have been exchanged between the parties. That will not occur until after the sun shining tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And are there any questions from the board?
President Christian, I have a question.
Mr. President, I believe in your, when you listed the procedure tonight, you said after the Director of Labor Relations gave their 10-minute proposal, you would do public comment first and then board member questions.
Yeah, public comment, yeah. Yeah, so question and then public comment.
So I'm sorry, are you going with questions from the board first and then public comment?
Okay, we will do public comment first and then we'll come back for questions from the board.
There is no public comment.
All right. And now we'll go to any questions from the board. Trustee Smith-Folds, I think you raised your hand.
I did. Thank you, sir. Mr. Conrad, to be clear with the community, what we're doing tonight is we're voting yes or no to begin and open up negotiations. Is that correct?
Yes, Trustee Smith-Folds.
Thank you. That's my only question, President Christian.
All right, are there any other questions from the board? All right, so I would like to ask for a motion to move this. A motion?
Mr. President, can you advise the board members on what the specific motion, for instance?
It's based on the presentation that was given.
What is it that the ask is?
The motion is on the presentation that was presented.
Right, but we need to know what specific, I believe Trustee Smith-Folds had mentioned, this is a yes or no vote on, I forgot how you worded it.
Yes, no. If I can, I believe the board president is requesting a motion from the board to approve the presentation of the proposals and adopt the initial proposals of the district as their own in accordance with section 3547C.
Trustee Phillips.
I move that we approve receipt of UTR's initial bargaining proposal and adopt the proposal presented by staff as our own.
All right. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Reckler will second.
All right, it's been second by trustee Reckler. And now to the vote. And we'll start with trustee Phillips. Trustee Phillips.
Phillips, yay.
Trustee Reckler.
Reckler, yes.
Trustee Smith Fall.
Smith Folds, yes.
All right. Student trustees, trustee Leon,
Leon, yes.
trustee Flores.
Flores, yes.
All right, and I am a yes. All right, the motion carries and it passes. All right. Now we are moving on to the rest of the items that are listed under Dr. Hurst, the recommendation for a proposal, the provisional internship permit.
Yes, we have Dr. Greenwood here to speak on this item.
Good evening, Dr. Hurst and board. This is a recommendation from HR department for a provisional intern permit. Sorry. This is a standard procedure for HR department to recommend individuals in response for allowing us as an agency, as a district, to hire individuals who have not yet met subject matter competence requirement needed to enter intern programs, so that we can hire people who have not yet made the fully credentialed teacher requirement at this time.
Are there any questions from the board? Are there any questions? Any comments? All right. So do we need a vote? Okay. Trustee Phillips?
I move that we adopt a recommendation for provisional internship permit.
All right, thank you. And it's been moved by trustee Phillips. Is there a second?
Reckler will second.
All right, it's been second by Reckler. And now to the vote. Trustee Phillips?
Phillips, yay.
Trustee Reckler?
Reckler, yes.
Trustee Smith Fall?
Smith Folds, yes.
All right. Trustee Leon?
Leon, yes.
Trustee Flores?
Flores, yes.
And Christian is a yes. The motion carries. And now we move to the next item.
President Christian, point of order.
Yes, what's your point of order?
Do we need to ask for comments? Can we make comments right now?
Yeah, I asked earlier, were there any comments?
I'm sorry, may I make a comment?
Go ahead.
Dr. Greenwood, when we have these, or that's not a comment, that's a question. I want to ensure that the PIPs that we put in place, we're also helping to get people to that next level to obtain everything that they need to get into the programs. I'm sure that that's part of the process. Dr. Greenwood, if you and I could maybe have a conversation offline, or so you can walk me through the process again, the PIP process, to make sure that when we're saying yes to people who have not yet obtained their full credential in their subject matter, that we're making sure and offering help and support for them to get there. Is that a possibility?
Yes, that is our ultimate goal, is to support them to the ultimate goal is to become fully credentialed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Greenwood.
So this is a pathway.
Thank you so much. President Christian, that was sorry about that question / comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we move to the next item. And that is the bond. Oh.
We're moving to item 5 now, Mr. President. 3 and 4 were withdrawn.
Okay, we will move to item E5, the Williams lawsuit complaint and quarterly report.
Yes, tonight we bring before you the third quarter report for the Williams complaints. We have no complaints for textbooks, no complaints for teacher vacancies or misalignment, and no facility conditions to report during this period.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Are there any questions? All right. All right, I'd like to bring it to a motion. Trustee Phillips.
I move that we receive the Williams lawsuit complaints quarterly report.
All right, it's been moved by Trustee Phillips. Is there a second?
Reckler will second.
It's second by Reckler. And now to the vote. Trustee Phillips.
Comments?
Any comments? If not, Trustee Phillips.
Phillips, yeah.
All right, Trustee Reckler.
Reckler, yeah.
All right, Trustee Smith-Fall.
Smith-Fall, yes.
All right. The student trustee, Trustee Leon.
Yeah, yes.
All right. Trustee Flores.
Flores, yes.
All right, thank you. And myself is a yes. All right, we'll move to it carries. And now we'll move to E6. Approve the application for exemption from the required expenditure for classroom teachers' salaries.
Yes, we have Dr. McIntyre that's going to be presenting on this item.
Hello, everybody. I'm with you from vacation tonight, so I apologize for being not at the meeting with you in person. Item 6 tonight is actually we're requesting approval of a waiver of the classroom expense allocation. This is a calculation whereby we have to demonstrate the district spent at least 55% of the district's expenditures in the general fund toward direct classroom expenditures. This particular formula was put together back in the early 1910s and doesn't really reflect the way school districts are asked to operate under the LCFF. As you can see in the agenda item, we're not alone in failing to meet this requirement. However, I know there's a desire internally within the district to move closer to the number provided under the law, and the district is working to move that direction. But for the 2021 school year, 21-22 school year, we did not meet that requirement. I'm sorry, 1920 school year, we did not meet that requirement. And so we're asking for the waiver from the County Office of Education.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Trustee Reckler?
Hi, thank you. I do have a couple of questions. So the first one is, will you clarify the year? It was 2019 to 2020 is the school year?
I do apologize for the snafu on my part. It was 2020 to 2021 last school year. So this is part of the unaudited actuals when we closed the books for last year.
Okay, so it's 2020 to 2021. And then can you talk about how or why that 55% didn't come up? Does it have to do with any of the one-time funding, or how? Can you just expand on this just a bit?
Actually, you ask a very salient question in that we have to include any funds where we spent any salaries or benefits for the purposes of delivering classroom instruction. So teachers or instructional aides, if we spent any money out of any funding source, it has to be included in the calculation. So when you think of all of those CARES Act funding, the ESSER funds, where we had coded, staff into those for direct classroom instruction, and some of those initiatives might have included, maintaining smaller class size. Well, that definitely beefed up the divisor number because we had to use all of the funds of every funding source that was charged to. And so that made meeting the ratio particularly difficult. So yes, the one-time funding sources actually made it very difficult last year for us to demonstrate and meet the requirement.
Do you expect other school districts to also file waivers? Is because of the one-time funds, or is this common?
So it's not uncommon. As we saw when we looked at 18-19, we saw there were about 280 school districts who had to file for a waiver. About 55 of them were unified. I would expect the number for 2021 to be higher, in that because we did receive so much in one-time funds. I think many other local educational agencies are going to struggle, with the same conundrum that we found ourselves struggling with in this regard with one-time funds.
And if the board votes no and says, okay, we don't want that, what happens?
Then the county is going to withhold some of our funding, and technically we would owe it to the certificated bargaining unit. So they would withhold the amount that we underspent to that bargaining unit. They would withhold it from our future year payment.
But with the county stay and rescind, what happens to that? I mean, would they rescind and say, no, you need to do it again? Or
I'm not sure they can rescind their own oversight. So I think we would be putting them in a pretty difficult position. The waiver was put in place specifically for situations like this. I would be curious to think what the rationale for not pursuing the waiver on such a unique basis might be, given that there would be a financial penalty for doing so.
okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
I don't have anything else.
All right, thank you. All right, Trustee Smith-Fall.
Good evening, Mr. McIntyre. I need you to walk me through this. I need you to back up a little bit and walk me through this step by step. I'm gonna speak back to you what I think I heard you say, and then you tell me if I'm right, okay? So there's a threshold of 55%, right? There's a threshold of 55% that school districts are supposed to make. They're supposed to give 55% of their funds to classrooms. Is that correct or no?
And on direct classroom instruction.
Spent on direct classroom instruction. 55% is supposed to be spent on direct classroom instruction. This district did not make that threshold. They did not make that 55% threshold. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So because this district did not spend 55% of its money on direct classroom instruction, right? Am I saying that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because they did not spend money directly to classroom instruction, that 55% threshold, the district is now asking for a waiver to say, uh-oh, we didn't spend it. What's the waiver says, my bad, we didn't spend the money on like we were supposed to, what it was allocated for. Is that correct?
Correct. Please do not penalize us the $4 million that we underspent on this area due to the one-time COVID funds.
Okay, so the waiver says, please do not penalize us because we did not spend the huge amount of COVID funds that we had on the classroom instruction, right? So,
Correct.
and then if we vote no, because the district didn't spend it, right? The district didn't spend the money, and we say if we vote no on asking for approve the application for the exemption, then what's likely going to happen is you got to get that money back to where it's supposed to go, correct?
Well, technically, the county would just withhold the funds from our next apportionment.
So the county would withhold which funds?
Our next general fund, part of our next appropriation from the general fund, they would withhold that $4 million from it, and they would short pay us.
And they would do, what would they do with the money? It won't come to us, right? Because they're saying you ain't spend it the right way in the beginning, right? So it won't come to us. What do they do with it?
I wouldn't necessarily agree with the characterization that we didn't spend it the right way. The fact that we spent so much money on other things like PPE that aren't classified as direct classroom items, I don't necessarily. I think just we find ourselves in a unique situation given all these one-time funding sources. This district has not historically struggled to meet this particular criteria.
But we didn't meet it this time, right?
Correct.
So
Correct.
If we take away the phrasing the right way, the reality is we didn't meet what we were supposed to meet.
Correct.
Okay. And because of that, the ding with that is the county then says, now you don't get that money.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McIntyre.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions? Trustee Phillips?
I don't have a question, sir. When you're ready for a motion, I'll make it.
All right, are you moving it?
Are you ready for a motion?
Yeah.
I move that we approve the application for exemption from the required expenditures for classroom teacher salaries.
Is there a second?
Reckler will second.
A second by Reckler.
Mr. President, before we go into comments on this item, we did run out of time. Could we get a motion to extend time?
Can you repeat that?
We've ran out of time on this item. So unless we're going straight to a vote, if we want to have the comments, we need to have a motion to extend time by a few minutes for this item.
We're going to a vote right now.
Yeah, we're going to the vote.
You're gonna go straight to the, okay, thank you.
President Christian, are we not going to do comments?
No, we're going to the vote. All right. Trustee Phillips?
Phillips, yay.
Trustee Reckler?
Reckler, yes.
Trustee Smith Fall?
Mr. McIntyre, if you would like to talk to me offline about what my comment is, but my vote is no.
All right, Trustee Leon?
Leon abstain.
Trustee Flores?
Flores abstain.
And myself is a yes. All right, it carries. And now we go on to E7. Resolution number 65-2122. Authorizing the insurance and sale of its 2022 general obligation?
Yes, sir. That will also be presented by Dr. McIntyre.
Thank you, Dr. Hirsch. As part of the board's continuing effort to really make sure that they're protecting the public's trust, specifically around the district's bond program, the board has instructed staff annually to look out and see if there's a possibility to refinance any prior bond issuances for the purposes of saving taxpayers money. The documents that are before you tonight with the resolution, which include the contract of purchase, the preliminary and a preliminary official statement with the continuing disclosure certificates. These are the documents that are legally required to move forward with a refunding or refinancing agreement. Right now, as you might recall, when Blake Boehm from KNN spoke to the board just 2 short board meetings ago, we talked about the fact that interest rates were headed up. And in fact, as of today, we are out of the money in a refunding, meaning we would not move forward. But we want to make sure we're doing our diligence and we're setting the district up to strike quickly if interest rates were to go back the other direction. And so we're moving forward and putting all the pieces in place so we're ready to do a refunding. And we can only do that if all the pieces align and meet the board set criteria for refunding. So we can't just say, okay, it's going to make the bankers a bunch of money, let's do this. No, it has to meet all the board's requirements for refunding before we can move forward. And so this is just getting all those legal documents in place so we're ready to strike when the market's ready for us.
All right, thank you. All right, is there any questions on the information given? Trustee Reckler?
Would you please explain to the public what the board's major requirements are, the big ones?
Certainly, some of the requirements include that the return on investment has to be at least 4%. So there has to be at least 4% savings on the refunding. It also includes things like there's a cap on what can be paid for fees for all of the people involved, between the attorneys, the bankers, the underwriters, and so forth, because we're not in the business of making bankers rich. We're in the business of doing high quality construction projects with those bond monies. And when we can save taxpayer bond money through interest payments, interest reductions, we do so. And so those are the big tenets of the bond refunding.
So the next question is if I'm not mistaken, the Friday memo, this seemed to be like done, not happening, forget it, war and inflation. Did I get that right? Or because I was actually kind of surprised to see this.
Well, we can certainly do it later. The district found itself in a very similar position just 2 short years ago, where they were setting up for refunding. They found themselves out of the money, but then as soon as they were back in the money and they met the criteria, they executed. And so we're just trying to make sure that because there's an annual practice in place, that we're setting the board up to strike as close to that annual practice as possible if it's available. But to be 100% honest, this item could come at a future board meeting. But do we want to be in a position where we're trying to time the market with board meetings?
No, not really. I don't know if you're asking me a question. And then is there an expiration date on it, or does it ride out? Does it expire at any point?
No, there's not an expiration date. So absent the board changing direction or policy on its debt policy, we would continue forward and wait till the triggers were met and then immediately execute.
Okay, thank you. I'm complete.
All right, thank you. And now Trustee Smith-Fold.
Mr. McIntyre, I have a question for you. So we are voting to make sure that when everything lines up, when the stars align, you can sell or you can renegotiate or whatever it is. That's the first thing, right? Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The second thing is every time I see the word bond, right, I'm looking for where's the conversation with the CBOC, right? The Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. Where does this warrant a conversation with CBOC? Does it warrant having the CBOC, the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee, does it warrant them giving their opinion on this? Is this part of the oversight process? That's my question.
So the refunding program is specifically guided by the board's debt policy. The Citizens Bond Oversight Committee is tasked with reviewing the actual bond expenditure. So when we issue those original bonds, we put the money in our bond bank account, and then we start spending on those board-approved bond projects. The Citizen Bond Oversight Committee says, did we only spend money in accordance with the language that the debt was sold under? So if we were to kind of get off the railroad tracks and start working on schools that we never mentioned in the bond language, for example, then they would throw up the red flag. They could issue an injunction and stop us from spending that money. When we're doing refundings, we're talking about monies that have already been completely spent, typically. And what we're trying to do is just lower that interest rate. So when people are paying their property tax bill, we're trying to make sure they're not paying $1 more than they need to, because they're property taxes in California are crazy. And when you add school bonds on top of it, they're very generous to the school district. And we just want to honor that by making it as reasonable as we can every chance we get.
Okay, and so this is a way of saying, hey, we don't want you to have to pay more, citizens, community. We don't want you to have to pay more than you need to pay on your taxes. So we're trying to get a lower interest rate.
Every minute we can save them $1. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Trustee Phillips.
I move that we adopt resolution number 65-2122, authorizing the issuance and sale of its 2022 general obligation refunding bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $113 million and approving certain other matters relating to said bonds.
Reckler, second.
All right, it's been moved by Trustee Phillips, second by Trustee Reckler. And now to the vote.
President Christian, I have a comment.
Yes.
Mr. McIntyre, when we're writing these things and approving certain other matters relating to said bonds, it's a little vague there, but you know what I mean? It's a little bit of a long leash right there, but I just want to make sure that if we could, more information, the better, right? More transparency, the better. I know that that's probably maybe a long list, right? Approving certain other matters relating to said bonds may be something very long. I'm just putting that out there.
Generally, it's not. What you're doing is authorizing staff to execute all the legal documents, namely me or the superintendent.
That's what that line means. That's what that phrase means.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. We could put it in there that way. That would be a lot easier. Okay,
Well,
that's my only comment.
I think the lawyers are paid by the word.
Okay, thank you so much. That's my only comment, President Christian.
All right, thank you. All right, and now to the vote. All right, Trustee Phillips.
Phillips, yeah.
Reckler, yes.
Trustee Smith Folds.
Smith votes yes.
All right. Student Trustee Leon,
Yeah, yes.
and Trustee Flores.
Flores, yes.
All right, and myself is a yes. Christian is a yes. All right, the motion carries, and now we move on to E8. Approve the MOU with United Teachers of Richmond, CTA, for block schedule at Helms Middle School for the 2022 school year.
Dr. McIntyre will be presenting on this item.
Thank you, Dr. Hurst and board members. It's great to speak to you again tonight. I need to apologize. We just found out about this a couple months ago. This was an agreement that was made before the school year started between prior administration and UTR in order to put a trial run of the block schedule at Helm Middle School into practice for the current year. Part of that agreement recognized that there's a cap on the number of actual contact minutes with students within the UTR workday. And so in order to accommodate the block schedule, it required teachers at Helm Middle School to work to, have several minutes per day of beyond their contractual contact time with students. And so there was a middle ground found, because it's actually more than 32 hours per year. But there was an agreement that for basically working those additional contact hours, the district would compensate the teachers 32 hours each for the year to accommodate the trial of the block schedule at Helm Middle School. And they were supposed to be paid 16 hours in the fall and 16 hours in the spring. I found out about this in late December. And so in kind of working through all of the mechanics that we've been working through, we finally made sure that we had all the boxes checked with the county and with legal before we brought it for you tonight. Essentially, the service has already been rendered, and regardless of our financial position, we're pretty much on the hook for this 90 grand, $90,986.11 for all the teachers at Helm Middle School that this applies to. And your approval would allow us to actually pay the fall and spring amounts on the next pay cycle.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions, comments? Trustee Phillips?
I don't have any questions, but if you're ready for a motion, I'll make one.
I have a question, President Christian.
All right. Go ahead, Trustee Trustee Smith-Fall.
So, Mr. McIntyre, when we say if this is approved and passed, what happens is those teachers who have already done the work and are continuing to do the work get their pay. They get their back pay that was supposed to be paid in the fall, and they get the pay that they're owed now. Is that accurate?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. And then my second question is, that was for the 2021-2022 school year. Has there been a decision for the next school year, or is that going to be part of negotiations? For the block scheduling, are they doing block scheduling again next year or not?
So to the first part of your question, yes, this is for the 21-22 present school year. I'm not aware of if we're moving forward with block scheduling at Helm Middle School for next year or not.
Thank you. Dr. Hurst, when we get that answer, could that be sent to me in an email? Just so I would like to know if they voted to move the block scheduling for next year. Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. That's my only question.
All right, thank you. And now, Trustee Phillips.
I move that we approve MOU with United Teachers of Richmond, CTA, NEA for block schedule at Helms Middle School for the 21-22 school year.
All right, it's been moved. Is there a second?
Regular second.
It's been seconded by Regular. All right. Any comments? Now we go to the vote. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I have a comment, just a brief one, which is that I hope that, I know there was some staff turnover, but I just hope that there's a system put in so that these don't fall and slip. Whatever that system is, that they get recognized so we don't get surprised. Thank you.
All right.
President Christian, I do have a comment.
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Hurst, because we as a board, as a district, dropped the ball on this, I would like to make sure that we say, issue an apology with the check, you know what I mean? Like issue a, sorry, I know this puts you in a very, a financially hard situation. And so here, we apologize. Thank you so much for your service. We do apologize that this kind of fell through the cracks. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, now to the vote. Trustee Phillips?
Phillips, yeah.
Trustee Reckler?
Reckler, yeah.
Trustee Smith-Fall?
Smith-Fall, yes.
Trustee Leon?
Leon, yes.
Trustee Flores?
Flores, yes.
All right, and myself is a yes. And it carries and it passes. All right, now we'll go to E9, high school Spanish adoption.
Good evening, board.
Educational Services comes before you to ask for your recommendation on the high school Spanish adoption. But before that, I'm going to have Emily Hill, our coordinator of ELA and Humanities, provide a presentation to the board to talk through the adoption process.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. I will be walking you through the process that we went through to make a decision on a recommendation for instructional materials for high school Spanish. So these are our committee members. As you can see, there was a wide range of experience as well as number of years with the district. And we had every high school represented on the committee. This is a little overview of the timeline. As you can see, we started a little over a year ago, convening the committee to select the instructional materials for field testing. In April, we made a decision on which materials would be tested, and then May last year recruited additional field testers in addition to those who were already on the committee. Over the summer, we had trainings from the publishers for those who would be field testing. And then this school year, from August through December, the materials were tested in the classrooms. In January, we met to evaluate the results of the field test, and then in February made a final decision. And now we are here today to present to the board.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Board members, questions?
We're not done, Trustee.
She said, thank you.
Just a bit more. So we started by thinking about which criteria we were going to be using to evaluate the materials. What are we looking for in the new materials, and what tools can we evaluate those materials with? And we started with the recommendation or the criteria for world languages from the CDE, and then we created ours based on those. The committee reviewed the criteria map from the CDE on world languages and agreed that these criteria would work for us here in West Contra Costa Unified. Next. Thanks. So then we gathered our list of publishers of interest. Initially, there were 8. We requested presentations from representatives of these publishers, and we were able to narrow it down to 2 based on the criteria and other factors such as not having a digital component or the textbook going out of print, etc. And the committee decided ultimately to test materials from Vista Higher Learning and also from Wayside Publishing. So to begin the field test, we recruited more teachers. We ended up having 14 total, and they were each assigned randomly to one of the 2 programs. I made sure that both programs were being tested at various schools across the district, and the participants had multiple opportunities to attend PD hosted by the publishers so they could become familiar with the programs that they were testing. And they were available, as I said, from the beginning of the school year through January. So yes, in January, the field testers and the committee members came back together to check in and share feedback. It became pretty clear that Vista was rising to the top, but those who had been working with the Wayside materials really felt like they wanted to know more about Vista before they could make the recommendation. So they took time to use the virtual materials and learn more about Vista before they came to vote on the 8th. And then on February 8th, we met and unanimously voted to adopt the materials from Vista. So just some highlights of the feedback. They agreed that Vista introduces authentic culture, and Temas, which is the AP materials, is an amazing tool, and that Descubre, which is for the Spanish 1 through 4, will create a path for students who are willing to take AP classes. And we can go through these quickly. This is just highlights of the program. So like I said, Descubre is for Spanish 1 through 4. It's actually 1 through 3, and then we're using Imagina, another book from Vista, for Spanish 4. And then Temas for AP, just little highlights from the publisher. And then Galeria is going to be adopted for our Spanish for Spanish speakers or heritage speakers classes. Everything from the same publisher. So the recommended materials adoption is for an 8-year adoption cycle. Vista Higher Learning for middle and high school Spanish, so that the middle school classes will prepare students for the high school courses. And $2,193,502 in funding for materials has been budgeted in the restricted lottery account. Approved textbooks and core curriculum.
So at this time, we are asking that the board adopt the high school Spanish materials.
All right, thank you for the presentation. And are there any questions from the board? Trustee Reckler?
I have questions, but I think we need a motion first, right? No?
Nope.
Question?
Questions come first.
Okay, yeah, I do have some questions. So thank you very much. Very interesting. First adoption for me, so I have lots of questions, probably more than I should. Can you talk about student involvement, how students tested the materials, attitudes, questions, comments from them?
Most of that was captured by the teachers through the field testing process. Just they were taking note on how students were responding to the materials, how much the materials allowed students to interact with each other, and how engaging they were for the students.
And do we have any comments from students or not this time?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. And then how do you find materials? Like, are there websites, are there sources, what are the guiding documents or frameworks that help to find materials?
So we asked, the teachers are pretty knowledgeable about what's out there. So we started just with their own knowledge of programs that they had heard of and used and what they wanted to try. And then, yes, it's pretty easy to find on the internet. And sometimes the state comes out with lists also of approved programs.
And then I was doing a little research into textbooks adoption, and something struck me, which I never thought about before. And one website talked about the materials being factually correct. And is there a process or a framework or a guideline that talks about how to vet that?
I'm not sure if there is specifically, but that is that's part of the criteria that we used.
Okay, and then another comment that was made that I find interesting is that you looked for criteria that worked for us, which I think is really important, but could you expand a little bit on what that might be, or what the thought process was for what you were looking at?
So there's never going to be a set of instructional materials that are perfect. There's no silver bullet. But the idea is that we are adopting the materials that are going to work best for the students of West Contra Costa Unified. So everything that our population needs, our English learners, the various cultural backgrounds, those types of needs. So rather than starting from scratch and creating our own criteria, we looked at what the CDE had recommended to see if that aligned with the needs of our students based on teachers' knowledge of our students.
Okay, and then finally, how do these adoptions get priced? Is there negotiating room with publishers, or do you get pricing based on the number of students, or how does that, how does the cost part of this work?
It kind of depends. Sometimes it's just per student per book that you're purchasing or per digital account. As far as negotiations, that I am not sure. It's generally pretty straightforward. They are including professional development, but I don't know, maybe someone has more information on how that works.
Yeah, I guess I could speak to that just a little bit. I mean, there's a little bit of room for negotiation, but that doesn't necessarily come through our office. It goes through the textbook office itself. So we were running the adoption, but I could come back with more information on that process just to get a little bit more in depth and answer your question more fully.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Dr. Hurst, if you don't mind, I do have an interest in how that gets priced out. You know, I think that's a really good question to ask. And if I don't get any comment period, thank you all very much for your work. It's very exciting.
All right, thank you. I see two hands, Trustee Phillips and Trustee Smith-Falls. Trustee Smith-Falls and then Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Christian. Ms. Hill, I do have a couple of questions. So, and you may have already spoke to this and I could have missed it. So if I did, I apologize. Why are we switching curriculums? Like, why are we switching from the Spanish curriculum that we currently use? Why are we switching over? And again, I apologize if you already spoke to this.
No, not at all. It is very, very old and outdated. There hasn't been an adoption in, I think, 20 years.
Of the Spanish curriculum. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then my second question is, I'm trying to phrase it as a question. Can you understand how I would be uneasy not having direct input from students when this is an 8-year-long adoption, right? This is going to be in for 8 years. So that's a whole kind of generation of middle schoolers and high schoolers. And if I don't have any direct input saying, yo, we like this, it's great, it's wonderful, it's easy, it's something that we find that's challenging, but it supports us and we have the resources for it, that leads me to ponder how well am I able to stand by my yes, right? If I say yes to this adoption, because again, it's looking at current 5th graders, right? And saying this is the Spanish book you're going to be using, and looking at current 3rd graders, this is the Spanish book you're going to be using. So can you speak to that to give me a little bit of more ease to that? Because it does cause me pause not to have direct student input.
Yes, I can definitely understand that. And I can reach back out to those who field tested and see if they can provide a little more specific feedback from students. All I can say at this time is that their positive response to the VISTA materials was based on the response of the students and what they saw the students being able to do based on just the really, like, I don't know what the right word is, but like the vibrance of these materials. If you go on and you look at how all the digital components and the videos and the vocabulary building and the authentic cultural aspects that it brings, it was pretty clear that this was the right choice.
Thank you for providing me with that kind of context, that a little bit about how we got the student input from the teachers. I still want to kind of emphasize, and this is part of comments to Mr. Christian, I guess, or President Christian, I want to emphasize that teachers are wonderful people, but we too can misread a room, right? We have that ability, because as a teacher, I used to think that I was doing dynamic lesson plans until I got the exit ticket. And the exit ticket said I was so bored, couldn't wait for the bell to ring, right? Or this is, awful or whatever. Not all the time. I was a fantastic teacher, but some of the time. So again, that direct student input for me is very, very important, especially going forward. And 8 years is a long time. And there's a lot of money going into it. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, thank you. Trustee Phillips.
I move that we approve Vista Higher Learning for middle and high school Spanish instruction.
All right, it's been moved by Trustee Phillips, Is there a second?
Reckler will second.
Reckler second. And now to the vote. Trustee Phillips,
Phillips, yay.
trustee Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
trustee Smith Fall,
Ms. Hill, trustee Smith Folds abstains, but you guys got 8 years to prove me wrong. So I would love to hear from those students. Thank you. I abstain.
all right. Trustee Leon, trustee Flores,
Flores abstain.
and Christian, yes. And it carries. All right. And now we'll move to E10. High school science adoption.
Give me just a second. It's not pulling up. Hold on just a second. All right, thank you. So at this time, Educational Services is bringing forward the approval from the board for our adoption of our science materials for high school. And at this time, John Iwawaki will actually be presenting, and I am going to turn it over to him to present, and I will project for him.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is John Iwawaki. I'm the science specialist for West Contra Costa, and I'm really excited to bring this adoption recommendation to you this evening. We ran 3 adoptions concurrently, one for biology, one for chemistry, and one for physics. So I'm going to present those to you all at once. I want to show you here on this slide is the timeline. We started not this school year, but the year before in 2021, building our committees and developing our district lens. So it's very important that we take the diversity of West Contra Costa and try to just find the best program to suit everyone as well. So we started that process last year. The teachers did get into it last year, but they really wanted to pilot with students in the classroom and not during distance learning. So it was sort of a 2-year process. You can see that here. Also at the top, you'll see there's a link to the NGSS review process. It's called TIME, the Toolkit for Instructional Materials Evaluation. That's a long, elaborate process. And I heard the questions in the last presentation as well, but we're really trying to follow the process that California recommends. We really condensed it down. That's a really elaborate, it's a big packet that we tried to follow as best as we could with the time that we had. And you can go to the next slide there. You can see the presentation, the committees for each content area. We got as many teachers from across the district. Each school was represented, I think except one. You can go to the next slide as well and see them there. So you can see the schools that were represented and the content committees as well. We had WCCAA represented as well as special ed. And you can go to the next slide. This is the score sheet that is recommended by the state to review materials. And you can go to the next slide as well. We used that criteria and we also sort of double weighted, you can see at the bottom, number 5 and number 6. Because we're a one-to-one school district, the way that the programs integrate technology, the way that students are using their laptops in classrooms was really important to us as well. And then number 6 as well had to do with supporting all students, whatever their, if they had special needs, if they were English learners or whatever, we double weighted those criteria along with what you see in number 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the question earlier by Trustee Reckler, whether or not things are accurate, that is part of what we evaluate in number 1 there. What are students going to learn? But it's really important for us how the students learn. So for science and NGSS, we really want students to be experiencing phenomena-based instruction. They're getting engaged with what's going on first, and that's going to provoke them to ask questions and really do science, do what scientists do, not just learn a bunch of facts. And so the programs that we were looking at and the ones that we ultimately selected were the ones that we felt really got students thinking, got them asking questions, got them analyzing data, and really doing what scientists do, not just memorizing facts and reading text and answering questions. So you can see here the 3 courses and the 2 finalists for each. And each of our committees came to consensus really quite easily. And you can see that on the next slide. The final slide here shows our recommendations for each one. For the Living Earth, we're recommending McGraw-Hill Inspire Science, same for Chemistry of the Earth System, and Physics of the Universe. The recommendation will be Experience Physics by Savas, along with an older book called Conceptual Physics, formerly from Pearson as well. And you can see the funding source and the cost there for each one. And that's it. I'd love to take any questions you have.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Trustee Reckler?
Thank you. So similar questions to the last round, but for this one, I think what really sticks with me is, since science changes so quickly and there are developments all the time, how do you reconcile that with an 8-year adoption? I mean, I think about like 8 years ago and I think of now, and it's like
Yeah.
history.
Yeah, for sure. The last adoption when I was teaching, it had the science books had Pluto as a planet, and then the very next year, poof, it was gone. And then the science books were out of date, right? So that's a risk. It is a risk, but I can tell you, so many of the programs are digital now, and so much of what the students learn, they're learning on their tablets. And I can give you as an example, the last adoption that we did with Amplify Science in middle school, they're changing things as they happen. They are updating the digital versions and even the way that we teach. So Amplify Science shifted everything. When we went to distance learning, none of those resources existed, and they were responsive to the changing times. And so I would expect these publishers to do the same thing as well. We're really, especially on the conceptual physics side, things are changing, and the way we're teaching is changing. And I'm expecting them to be making updates as they happen, especially digitally.
Can you guarantee, or can you write into the contract that they will? And the other thing is, if they do make changes, can you guarantee, or what's the feeling around the new information being factually correct?
Yeah, I cannot guarantee that. I don't think that that's written into the contract, but the relationships that we have with these publishers is positive. It's been positive. They will want our business next time around. They do produce other subjects besides science, and I know that it's in their best interest to keep up with the times and provide what we need on an ongoing basis.
So it seems for these adoptions that there's a more standard rubric and some more things that are available through CDE or through NGSS. Is that true?
It is for science. NGSS, the standards were adopted in 2016, and along with that adoption, the state provided a pretty detailed way to evaluate curriculum.
And for people at home who are not science freaks, would you explain phenomena-based instruction?
Of course, yeah. So when I was a kid, my teacher would sort of say, okay, today we're going to read chapter 13. And we read chapter 13 and we read the pages and then we answered the questions at the end. And then maybe we did a lab that says, okay, see, what we just read about is true. And what we want to do instead is show kids something that's awesome. Maybe it's a picture or a demonstration in class, or maybe you do a lab and see what happens first, or maybe it's a video and students can see the phenomena that's happening and then try to figure out by learning, maybe it's they need new vocabulary, or maybe they're learning new concepts, or they're figuring out what they need to figure out in order to explain what's happening, what they've seen. It's backwards, I would say, at least from how I grew up learning science. It's a more engaging way to learn, and it's what actual scientists do. So actual scientists look at the world, what's happening. There's this pandemic happening. What are we going to do about it? You don't read a chapter to learn about that. You investigate what's actually happening. That's what we want our kids to do.
And then finally, on the training and professional development side, what does that look like, feel like? How does this get rolled out?
For the adoption, for the new programs?
Yeah, the board approves it. Now you've got these new textbooks.
Sure.
How do you launch it through the system?
Yeah. So
ability?
Sure. So typically we would have a day before school starts in August. If we can get that negotiated, that's what we'll do. And then we have ongoing PD throughout the year. So it might be an after school 4 to 6 PD. It might be a Saturday morning PD, but those are spaced throughout the year. They're, recently they get recorded as well, so teachers can refer to them. We also have science support within our own district. And then each publisher has representatives and customer support that teachers can resource.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'm complete. I will have a couple of comments.
All right, Trustee Smith-Folds, and then after that, Trustee Phillips.
Thank you so much. So same question, different adoption, right? So we're adopting new science because the previous curriculum is way old. Is that accurate?
Well, it is very old. They're from the 2000s. So not only are they old and not really digitally relevant or modern, but we got new standards in 2016. And like we said, we have a new way of teaching. We want students to be doing science, not just learning facts. And so these new programs are more on board with that. They're getting kids to be thinking like scientists and doing what scientists do, rather than just learning whether or not Pluto's a planet.
Thank you for that. So that answers the first question. My second question is, do we have direct student input?
Yeah, again, that's part of the process. We're working with teachers. Again, the state recommended toolkit asked us to work with teachers and get teacher input. However, of course, we'd be foolish not to take student feedback and ask them what they like, what's working for you, what's not working for you. That is part of the process that we ask for feedback from the teachers on.
Okay, so with the pilot programs that we had out, part of that is to ask teachers to ask students, how's this working, what's going on? So there is direct student feedback in this science adoption, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then my second question, or my last question is, when we're doing this adoption, the biology, the chemistry, and the physics adoption, right? We are really putting it in front of kids who are about 3 grade levels behind, right? Because this is their first year back in school. The year before that, they were online, and the year before that, they were half distance learning. And now, so does the curriculum that we're looking at lend itself to the flexibility of a very large learning span that goes from those who are very proficient in this to those that need the support and the resources? And that is there flexibility in the curriculum?
Well, the curriculum is pretty static. I think what you're asking is what we need to be asking about teachers. And our teachers are going to be the ones that really figure out the nuance of that, right? That these instructional materials are a resource. The curriculum doesn't teach the kids, the teacher teaches the kids. And so I would sort of, while these instructional materials can be flexible, yes, and support students with what they need. If they're behind, there's background material, even for the teachers as well. If the teachers need more information, there's supports for them too.
So there are supports built into this curriculum that has the ability to provide those extra supports, those extra resources that you were talking about, because you're right, teachers do teach, right?
Yeah.
And we need to make sure that we have teachers with professional development who are able to reach students wherever they are. That's 100% accurate. But looking at spending the money on the curriculum, right? Do we have a curriculum that lends itself to being able to, hey, present it this way, or hey kid, look at this and see if you can understand it looking at this way. The last question I have, I'm sorry, I thought that was the last question, but something sparked in my mind. When you were talking about really teaching science the way scientists do, right? Have our kids be scientists with the investigation, with the hypothesis, and you're trying and you're looking at stuff and getting your hands in it. Do we have in the district, do we have schools, all of our schools set up to handle that? Does each school have a science lab, right? Do each school have the resources and the materials that will say, hey, here we go, let's do a demonstration, or let's make sure that we have space to be able to do this part of a weather balloon launch, or a what other kind of demonstration we have? Are our schools set up to where they can support the curriculum that we just are adopting, right? Because if it says, hey, you're learning about, quantum physics, or you're learning about acid and bases, but we have a school that doesn't have a lab that has the beakers that they can demonstrate, then what are we doing, right? Then it breeds inequities. So, Mr. John, can you answer that question, or it was a little long-winded? Sorry about that.
I have a very simple answer. I'd say absolutely yes.
Okay.
Our high school classrooms are well stocked. There are modern lab situations, and more on the way. And I'm really excited about the resources that we've been able to give teachers, the resources that we've been able to push toward teachers, both for hardware, for chemicals, for consumable things as well. It's my opinion that we're pretty well set. The content, like we've been saying, the content of what we've been teaching is not that different. We're still teaching about the periodic table and acids and bases and cells and microscopes. That stuff is changing, but like we're saying, what's really changing is the way we teach it.
Okay, thank you for that. And I will yield to my colleague, but I do have a comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Trustee Phillips.
I move the adoption of McGraw-Hill for high school chemistry and biology instruction, and Savas for high school physics.
All right, thank you. It's been moved by Trustee Phillips. Is there a second?
Reckler, second.
Reckler, second. And now to the vote.
President Christian, may we have comments?
Go ahead.
Mr. John, I would really want to, again, hear directly from the kids, right? And hear directly from them. I appreciate the fact that in this adoption, that there's built in where the teachers speak directly to the kids and then the kids give direct feedback. But I would really want to hear directly from the kids. You had Hercules High School on there. Well, I do hear direct feedback because one of my kids goes to Hercules High School and she's very much into science. So I do hear some direct feedback about what they're going through, but I would like that on a larger scale, right? She has a love for the subject. So even her feedback is going to be skewed because she has a love for the subject. You know, she'll learn science no matter how it's presented to her, no matter what book it comes out of. That's just her thing. So I would like to hear on the grand scale, right? The kids who it may not be their thing, did they find something in this curriculum that sparked them? You know what I mean? My parents are both scientists, right? My daughter is a scientist. The 16-year-old is a scientist. I'm not. I'm English and history. So if I pick up this curriculum, it's going to be something that's going to spark me like, oh, whoa, we get to play with, you know, acids and bases today, or we get to learn, we get to go to the creek and measure, you know, the bacteria in the water or something like that, or we get to use a Petri dish today. Those are the things that for me as a student kept me involved in science, right? It was a hands-on types of things. So I'm glad that this curriculum has that and it's focused on that. I'm glad that this curriculum adoption is focusing on teaching them how to be scientists. That's very important because those are transferable skills over all of our educational academic areas. Transferable skills are very important to me. Again, thank you. I would like to hear more direct feedback from students. Thank you, President Christian.
All right, thank you. And now we'll move to the vote. Yeah, Trustee Reckler.
Thank you. I just have a couple of comments. I also want to echo that about the students. And we have had presentations where students were here and they made presentations and they were great. And I even remember, I'm pretty sure it was Amplify with my own child who was like, this textbook is better. This other one is not. So they have real feedback and we should hear it. I would like you guys, I mean, also for Spanish, but especially for science, to look into updates in the curriculum. This is ever changing, and I think that's really important. And so I think that publishers should get pushed to include that. I actually think that's really important, not just for science, but Spanish too. I mean, the language changes. I mean, the things that they're studying now, I learned completely different words, completely different phrases. You're using different, it's different. It's not the same. It's evolved. And so I think that the updates, especially digitally, are important. I am interested in also understanding the cost. That is important to me. And these should be full meetings. These kind of got rammed in. I understand the circumstances, but this is our sirloin steak, our center of the plate, and they should be given the full, breadth and depth and time that they need to be discussed and celebrated. And thank everybody who works on them. So thank you all. And it's exciting. And I'm complete.
All right, thank you. And now to the vote. Trustee Phillips.
Phillips, yay.
Reckler, yes.
Trustee Smith-Fall.
Trustee Smith-Folds, yes.
All right, thank you. Trustee Leon.
Leon, yes.
Trustee Flores.
Flores, yes.
All right, and myself is a yes. And the motion carries and it passes. Now we move to E11, comprehensive.
This item will be presented by Ms. Sonia Neely Johnson. Thank you, sir.
I'm just making sure my screen is able to be seen. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Board President Christian, other trustees, Superintendent Hurst, cabinet members, and our educational partners in attendance this evening. I am here to present an update on the Comprehensive Coordinating Early Intervening Services Plan. I was here a couple of months ago, and so I did a pretty thorough presentation, so I'm going to be brief in this one. I want you to remember that disproportionality is the over-identifying of a specific subgroup, racial or ethnic, at a greater rate than other racial ethnic groups for 3 consecutive years in a row. And so in this case, West Contra Costa has continued to be disproportionate in identifying students or over-identifying students, specifically African-American students, in the area of an emotional disturbance. We have fallen out of being over-identifying for suspensions for the 2021 year. Next. So this report was due September 25th, 2021, but with personnel changes and COVID-19 surges caused many delays. And so the state did give us a new timeline, which is April 2022. The data is pulled in arrears, meaning that it is always based on the previous year's data. So based on 2019-20 data, puts us in this over-identification. We have updated our new plan with activities and processes to focus on the areas that we are deficient. And the plan makes sure that you set aside 15% of the federal special education funds for plan implementation. So although we're setting aside the contribution from the special ed funds, the plan is a general education plan, because what it's saying is that there are some things that are not happening in general education, which is causing the over-identifying of students going into special ed. So our leadership team and our educational partners, you see we have a cross-section of people that are on the leadership team, and our educational partners are people from parents from the special education, general education, community members, and then of course, like I said, the cross-section of our leadership team. So we're coming together to work on a plan to build better systems across our district. This is just a slide that shows the district's data by race and ethnicity. And when you look at the number of African-American students in our district, and then you see the over-identification, this is what the state uses to create their thresholds. And so we, like I said, have continued for the last 3 years to over-identify. Here's another slide that just breaks up the subgroups, but it shows by disability. And when we pulled this data, we had for ED, we had 27 students. We are now down to 18 African-American students. So although we've decreased, we are still over the state's threshold. In terms of criteria for identifying our focal students in our 2020 plan, and then we continued, of course, for the 2021 plan, our target student population at the sites that we chose had to meet 3 of the 6 criteria. We looked at chronic absenteeism. We looked at literacy scores, specifically how students scored on the STAR reading and early literacy. And we picked students that were close to the below standard range. We looked at referrals to the SST and our cost and care teams. And I'm using a lot of acronyms, so student study teams. And this is a team where if a student is having some difficulty, be it academics, be it behavior, they are oftentimes referred to that team. At least 1 out of the school suspension. So if some students have been suspended and in many times more frequent, at least 1 or more, we looked at that. And then free and reduced lunch and principals also referred students. So if you look at the criteria for identifying our focal students, we started with elementary. And we looked at the 4 schools that we chose were King, Lincoln, Ohlone, and Shannon Elementaries, and they were chosen because of their African-American population. They were over 8%. And then we also looked at their dashboard data, and they scored in the red and the orange, and that's like the low and the lowest in 6 or more areas. We also looked at the feeder patterns. So the high schools that these schools feed into, there at the time in 2020, there was a high rate of suspensions. This slide shows how many students are currently in our program, and we should be at 272. Now, like I talked about our educational partners, we had identified root causes in the 2020 plan. When we came back together in October, our community partners gave us additional feedback. And I want to say, similar to what I was hearing, some of the things that our students were sharing in their report. But one of the things that we have to continue to address is the systemic and individual racism and the disregard for cultural differences in our district. And I want to say that this language was put forth stronger because this is how the community partners were feeling in terms of what they were experiencing at the time. And I think what we continue to experience. Total disregard of implementation of the multi-tiered systems of support, disregard for discipline policies resulting in policies not being followed through, and then lack of accountability and leadership across to access systems that are in place, and then lack of follow through on recruitment of staff. And so this was updated in October by our educational partners. So we actually have, like I said, 5 outcomes that we're focusing on. So by June 2023, focal students will reduce office referrals by 5% from baseline data. And we have data from 2020 that we're going to be looking at. I'm just going to highlight a few of the activities that are a part of this outcome. So really reviewing and revising the board approved discipline matrix. We do have a matrix, but really making sure that it's used consistently across our system. Tracking and monitoring behavior interventions. Executive directors and CSA support teams creating an observational protocol. And actually this is already created. So really as they go out and look at the schools and go through the schools and go through the classrooms, actually going back and analyzing what they're observing. Continuing to make sure that we have school-wide staff professional development on student engagement. I'm going to move my slide there. Okay, thank you. Okay, measurable outcome number 2. We're continuing to focus and improve relationships with teachers. So students are working on this, but we actually changed this most recently when it was read by our state TA. It puts the onus on the students. And so we're changing this around to really focus on having teachers work to improve their relationships with students. And this is why it's important to have that TA, and that's the technical advisor from the state, because many times we come up with strategies that sound great to us, but then when someone else looks at it, we then realize that, yes, that does put the onus on the student to improve, and it's really the adults that need to work on improving relationships with students. So that will change in the final draft of the plan. Some of the activities will be to continue to use the Youth Truth Survey to gather data. We'll be doing that this spring. And then continuing to address root causes of implicit bias and lack of hiring ethnically diverse staff across our district. Measurable outcome number 3, by 2023 of June, 80% of our students increased academic performance by 1 grade level in literacy. And we will be using our local data. Some of the activities will also focus on student study team and identifying more focal students due to attrition. So as students leave the school, we want to continue to look at who's being referred and then bring them as a part of the focal students at that particular site, those 4 particular sites. And also using the evidence-based social emotional learning curriculum that has already been chosen, but make sure that we're using it weekly in classrooms. Measurable outcome number 4, staff at focal schools will improve their relationship with parents to reflect authentic parent engagement. And as I stated in that former slide, our educational partners, which many are parents and grandparents, this is the one that they really want to see implement it. And so we are going to be in collaboration. One of the activities is being in collaboration with the Office of African American Student Achievement at the focal schools to increase the attendance at the APACs, which are the African American Parent Advisory Committees. And then also making sure that we're working with the APACs to be a part of discussing the school plans, which are the SIPSAs, the Student Achievement Plans at the schools. And then finally, measurable outcome number 5, by June 2023, the district will build a culturally responsive MTSS framework that will provide appropriate levels of academic, social, emotional, and positive behavior intervention support, and which will lead to a reduction of 5% in referrals to special education. One of the things I want to highlight is that we don't say that students should not be referred to special education, but when we see an identifying students for special ed, we then need to start to look at, if that triangle goes upside down, why do we have so many students that need such a restrictive placement or restrictive types of services? So we need to build those safety nets, like I said, through intervention, through possibly acceleration, making sure that we just heard 2 presentations on textbooks. So making sure that we have the appropriate materials in front of our students and to build on many of the things that we want them to learn and to increase those outcomes. But one of the things I would also say too, that we started at elementary because we know we got to build those foundational skills, because before you can really engage in more complex like science, you need to be able to read. And so those foundational skills are important to start there. And many of our students are falling further and further behind. So then they look like they are special ed students when in fact, sometimes they're not. So we're going to continue activities such as school psychologists being assigned to the focal schools. Already our school psychologists are assigned to their schools, but normally a school psychologist may have 2 schools that they serve. With the focal schools, they're there 100% of the time. So 50% of their time will be to support tier 2 implementation. There will be a level of case managing. They're having individual learning plan meetings, which we call ILPs. And I think the last time I was here, we were at about 18%. We're now at about 45%. So I told you we're continuing to work to get those meetings held and really get feedback from the parents and figuring out, what type of supports each student needs. We're going to continue to have the culture climate coaches providing coaching and feedback to our site administrators. And then working with the district overall across our district to develop a culturally responsive MTSS framework. So the purpose, like I said, and again, the purpose of this plan is accountability and sustainability. And as we move into our strategic planning that we're having over the next 2 months, making sure that the plans that we have for CSAs, we continue to make sure that they're aligned, that people don't feel like they're doing 4 or 5 different plans, but we're all going towards the same goal. So the core implementation and leadership teams will continue to meet often, collecting data and then reporting quarterly. And our educational partners, we will be meeting with them quarterly to review progress and get their input. And then we're going to, once again, like I said, make sure that the CSAS plan is aligned with any district initiatives as a result. And the work will continue at these pilot schools, and we're hoping to expand to other sites. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And now we question. All right. No question, and we'll make a motion.
I'll move this item, President Christian.
All
I
right.
would like to motion to approve the comprehensive coordinated early intervening service plan.
All right, it's been moved by Trustee Smith Fall Second,
Reckler will second.
second by trustee Reckler. Any comments?
I do have a comment, President Christian.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Ms. Johnson, thank you so much for the presentation. I think that this is a really well thought out plan. I think it's a plan that I would like to see at all of our sites, to be quite honest with you. I understand how certain sites were picked so you can have the intentionality behind it. But once this gets moving and rolling, Dr. Hurst, I would like to see something like this at all of our sites because it is a really intentional focused plan. And again, this is every classroom issue, not just a special ed classroom issue. Thank you for the hard work. Thank you for the presentation. That's it, President Christian. Thank you for the time.
All right, thank you. All right. We move to the vote. Trustee Phillip.
Phillips, yea.
All right, thank you. Trustee Reckler.
Reckler, yeah.
Thank you. Trustee Smith-Fall.
Smith-Fold, yes.
Thank you. Trustee Leon.
Leon, yes.
Thank you. Trustee Flores.
Flores, yes.
Thank you. And myself is a yes. And the motion carries. And we move on. Now we are moving to item F discussion and reports. Revised board policy. Dr. Hurst.
Ms. Martin will be presenting on this item. Thank you.
Good evening, board again. I am going to be presenting to you a revised budget policy. This is for discussion, and then we are asking the board, bringing this back to the board on April 27th for approval. I have Principal Carr on with me. And so if there are additional questions, I'm going to present, and then I'm going to also let him provide any additional context. So the revised board policy, we currently have a board policy, which is 6146.1, which is our high school graduation requirements. And what we are doing is adding the West Contra Costa adult education high school diploma requirements to that. The reason we are doing this is to ensure that we provide more access and equitable opportunities for high school diploma pathways for our adult students in our district. Currently, we require 180 credits for our students in the adult school, which is above the 50 credits that are actually needed. So California actually only requires 130 credits, and we currently require 180 credits. In addition, we are out of balance with other school diploma program requirements in our subject areas, and this is creating additional barriers to our adults who can actually graduate with 130 credits. This also would allow our adults to stay in West Contra Costa Adult School, because currently we have adults who are leaving to go to other districts to complete their graduation requirements because our credits far exceed what is required in even other neighboring districts. I am going to stop there and then let Mr. Carr, if he would like to add anything to what I'm saying. All of the documents are also attached in all the board presentation documents. Mr. Carr, did you want to add anything?
Thank you very much. Yes, I appreciate the fact that you are talking about the fact that we are out of balance in terms of some of our neighboring districts. We do require as many as 50 credits more than the state minimum and the state model. And this really does present a significant barrier to some students as particularly those who have transportation issues. And they're unable to access other schools, and then they're kind of stuck with us with the 180 credit barrier. So this will bring us into line and allow us to serve adults in our own community. And what you'll notice in that is a large reduction in the number of elective credits. And a part of that is that for our traditional comprehensive high school students, electives are an opportunity to explore different career or different ideas. But what we notice with our adult students is that they've already developed a lot of the life experience that we try to do with elective credits and in a traditional high school model. In your board packet, you did have a link to a table that does show some of our neighboring districts and their requirements. Currently, we have the same number of credits required as Martinez, and I think if you were to do a point-to-point comparison of the two, their graduation rates for their K-12 schools are at 92%. So they have a very, very small pool of persons who are in their high school diploma program, and probably persons who almost had achieved those 180 credits anyway. Whereas we have in our area, we have a much lower graduation rate, 79, 80%. And if you review the state dashboard. So it is important for us to be able to provide that opportunity and reduce those barriers for adults in our community to obtain their high school diploma so that they can have a pathway to better employment opportunities. It's also a necessary step to qualify for financial aid at the community college level. And so we really feel this will have a significant impact helping people in our community.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is that it? All right. Are there any questions from the board? Any comments? Trustee Reckler?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, if I may.
All right, go ahead.
The first one is, I don't think I saw, how many credits do you think you're considering? I suppose it's either 130 or 140. Did I miss that somewhere?
It's 130.
Okay.
We're looking at 130, and if you look at the table, you'll notice that the significant difference is between Berkeley, which requires 140, and us is that fourth year of English. And that can be a significant barrier for some of our adult students. And so, and if you were to review the table with our recommended, with the recommendations that we're suggesting, the 30 credits, which is the state model.
Okay. Next is, how do students pay for this? And I guess there's a cost at 180 and there's going to be a cost reduction at 130. What might that be per student? Because there'll be a reduction in fees, but then counterbalance that with how many students you think you'll put up. So net, where do you think you're going to be on funding?
Thank you. It's a really good question, Ms. Reckler. And I would, and we're funded through the California Adult Education Program to provide high school diploma preparation, high school diploma programs and GED preparation and English as a second language instruction at no cost to students. So these are free programs. So we're not allowed to charge for English language instruction or for adult secondary education programs. That would be high school diploma and GED or high set.
Okay, that's good to know. And then how will you market it and attract students? to stay within or come here?
We have actually, in telegraphing to people that we've been considering pursuing a realignment of our graduation requirements, because reduction makes it sound like we're offering less, but really to align with other districts and other adult schools. With our community organizations, and we have a very, very close working relationship with Richmond Works, with the Lao Center, and also with the Department of Rehab, and we have a lot of our community partners. They will help to spread the word, because they are often the ones who are trying to refer people and from their agencies to us.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'm complete.
Trustee Smith-Folds.
Thank you so much. Ms. Martin, how many credits do our high schoolers have to have, traditional high school, comprehensive high schools have to graduate?
225.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought it was 2 something. So 225 to graduate from one of our comprehensive high schools. And Principal Carr, what we're asking, or what's being asked of us, is to approve that our adult students go from 180 credits down to 130 credits to receive a diploma, correct?
That's correct.
And then Ms. Martin, I asked this question during our agenda review, and I want to ask this question again. What's the impact on staffing? So if we go, and Principal Carr, what I'm asking is, if we go from 180 credits down to 130 credits, right? So if you had 4 teachers teaching English, right? 4 teachers teaching 4 sections of English, but you're only now requiring 3 sections of English to get the credit. What does that do to staffing? Have you looked at that? Have you kind of looked across the adult school staff to see what impact that would make?
The curious thing is, with respect to the time during the pandemic, we actually saw an increase in the number of students who are pursuing GED. So we're anticipating that we'll actually have an increase in enrollment. Our programs are they're self-directed. We use an electronic platform, a learning management system called Edmentum. The district used to use it also in some of our credit recovery programs. The district now uses Edgenuity, but through the district had helped to create some truncated courses there. Edmentum is more adaptable and we believe more accessible for our students. So it won't be a reduction in terms of staff. And in fact, we actually perceive that we may end up adding staff and to facilitate more students in enrolling and completing the program. So
because lowering it to 130 then becomes more attractive, right? And so if it becomes more attractive and more achievable, then the number of staffing would have to go up to meet that increased number of students that are wanting to be part of this program so they can acquire their diploma. Is that a good summary?
That's a good summary, yes.
Okay, thank you for that, because I was very concerned about what it does to staffing, but because it.
No, they're not standalone courses, and it's essentially, you have to look at, it's very similar to our independent study programs that you might see at Vista, where you have a teacher who's assisting students through a series of courses. And then we try to pair instructional aids, and we also try to vary the skill sets of our teachers so that you have a teacher who has specialties in math and another who may have better in social studies and English.
Thank you so much for that context, and thank you for that explanation. I'm complete. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Phillips.
Just have a comment, no questions.
All right. So do we vote on this? No. This discussion. Okay.
No vote.
All right. So we need to go to to F2 vaccine mandate.
Yes, Mr. Phillips will be presenting on this item. Yes, sir.
Is it possible for me to comment on the discussion item?
Can you say that again, sir?
I'm asking the president, may I comment on the discussion item?
Do you want to just do it now?
No, I wanted to make a comment on the discussion item, and then we just move to the next item.
Oh, you want to, on the previous one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, on the previous.
I just wanted to say that I think that this is a really good idea. We have barriers to education in our community, and we have, in this instance, a self-imposed barrier that is preventing our adults from being able to move forward in their education, and that also means in their lives. So I think things that we can do to even the playing field for our folks so they can get what they need here in their own community and not have to go elsewhere is great. So I just wanted to say, this is a discussion item. I know you're presenting it because you want feedback from the board, and I think what you guys are doing is excellent.
All right, thank you. Now we'll move to the vaccine mandate.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hurst and Board of Trustees. My name is Ryan Phillips. I'm the Director of Communications, and I'm happy to be here today to give you an update on the work we're doing to meet the district's vaccine mandate. A brief update just on our numbers. This is at the end of March. We have 10,487 students, who are fully vaccinated, which comes out to 83% of our total number of 12 and up students. We're still looking for that 13%, and I'll break that down on the next slide. So yeah, of that 13%, that represents, you can see there, 1,638 students that we are needing to find out their vaccination status. This doesn't necessarily mean that they are not vaccinated. It just means that we do not have their status. Now, these numbers have, the percentage of students who are fully vaccinated has gone down since our most recent presentation. That's because more students have aged into the mandate, have turned 12. And we also have been restricted in our ability to use the state database to cross-check references. When we last presented an update to the board in March, we shared that the number at that time was about 1,500 students. And when we looked at where those students are, a great majority of them are in Richmond. We can see just by grade level, every single grade level here, the most students who have not responded are Richmond students. When we presented this to the board, we shared that we would be moving forward with a plan to focus on Richmond secondary schools specifically, since that's where the majority of students who have not responded are attending school. Here are the schools in Richmond that we're focusing on. The 5 secondary schools all have higher number of students who remain, since we don't know their status at each of these 5 Richmond schools. With our focus on those schools, we recently launched a volunteer initiative where we asked members of the community to join us to volunteer and help out at a specific school. So we were very excited to have our orientation today. We welcomed a group of veteran volunteers who asked us important questions and are helping us refine our plan. The volunteers were assigned to one of those 5 schools today. And some of the tasks that we're asking them to complete are to have a table at school sites once a week during lunchtime to help provide credible information about the COVID vaccines with students, to assist families in uploading their cards, working with the SCOWs, and also to lead a site-based challenge to incentivize students to turn in their cards. And that would be a multimedia essay contest that we discussed for students to share their reasons for getting vaccinated and why it's important for their community to get vaccinated as well. Another initiative or another part of the vaccine mandate that the communications department has taken on is we applied to be a part of this Champions for School Health Challenge. And see that it's a partnership with Institution for Educational Leadership, Kaiser, and the National Association of School Nurses. So this is a national challenge where they're looking at how districts are making progress for increasing COVID vaccine confidence, increasing the vaccine uptake, and increasing vaccine equity. So we report back to this group every couple of weeks. We join a Zoom call where we share numbers and also anecdotal info, and we share our plans for getting more students vaccinated as well. And for joining the challenge and for recognition on the work that we've done so far, we were awarded $24,000. And I can add today that we actually received an additional $8,000 more from this challenge, bringing it to above $30,000 in recognition of our vaccination efforts. What we'd like to do with this money is we would like to give a large portion out to our secondary sites to allow them to figure out ways to have their students vaccinated. So we're thinking right now about what $1,000 would do, how a school could use $1,000 to help bring those numbers of unaccounted students down and the number of students who are vaccinated up. So we're refining that plan at the moment, and we're looking to roll something out to schools in the next week. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Trustee Reckler?
Thank you. I asked this today in the training, but I'll ask it again. So there's a state mandate as of July 1st. And I feel like the state needs to help school districts, especially with access to the CARE database. So do we know if the state is going to help us, or, and the reason why I'm asking is because I want us to be smart and efficient with our time. And I'm volunteering to help because it was my idea. So I'm going to be in the pit helping, but I feel like the state should be a partner in this. And do you have any information on that?
Thank you, Trustee Reckler. I actually put this in Capital Advisor's hands to ask them to get information from the state. The latest information I had heard from them was no information, but I did just recently share with them to touch bases with our legislators to see if they could find out something. And I think you probably are aware as far as the CARE system that we can no longer access that. And we did check in with our county health officials just to verify that we can no longer have our nurses do that. But I will check in with Capital Advisors to answer your question.
Okay, thank you. And then also maybe just for other superintendents in the area, because we're not alone in this, everybody's going to do it. So like, what are they doing? And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions? Trustee Smith-Ball?
Thank you. I just have one question. How many parents or community members were attended the training?
Trustee Reckler, I believe it was 7 today.
I was going to say 12, but
Right now, we have at least one volunteer for each of those 5 schools. And we have a few who we're trying to determine their status in terms of the badging. But we should have hopefully up to 2 for each site.
And then that did spark another question, Mr. Ryan Phillips, what's the duration? So we have, what do we have, 9 weeks of school, 6 weeks of school left? What's the duration? Are they going to be there every day or every other day, twice a week? What's the timeline look like?
So yeah, so we're asking for an 8-week commitment, which takes us right up into the last week of school. And we're asking for 1 day a week on campus during lunchtime.
Thank you. And we have 8 weeks left or 9? Just curiosity. We have 8 or 9 weeks left.
I'm not sure on that. I think for us, if we start eight weeks on Monday, that takes us until the end of the last week before school.
Okay. I think we're in week 30. So, okay, maybe 8 weeks left. Okay. Thank you. Those are all of my questions. No comments.
All right, thank you. All right, and now, if there's no more comments on that or questions, that's it of the vaccine mandate. So now we need to go back of the items we pulled earlier, and that is we pull C2, C6, C9, C12,
And C10.
and we pull C10.
President Christian, I have a point of order.
What's the point of order?
It looks like we're going to have to extend. It's 9:50 now, and I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting.
So we
Would
need
you
to
like
know
me-
with your motion, do you want to extend the meeting for a specific amount of time until all items are done? Or until,
That's where I'm heading. I would like to extend the meeting. President Christian, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting until all items are complete. All items on the agenda.
perfect. Excellent.
It shouldn't take us long to complete these items if we just, don't take our time, we just go through it and don't take a long time answering these questions.
President Christian, just a reminder that it will likely be 10 o'clock when we are finished with the consent items. So we would not do the items in G or H, because neither of those are action items. So I believe that the Madam Trustee's motion would cover completing the entire agenda.
Okay.
And Madam Trustee, please correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's accurate. I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting until we cover the entire agenda, including the items that we pulled from consent and G and H.
All right. Like I said, it takes long when everybody want to comment on everything. We can knock it out and finish it.
My motion requires a second. Is that correct?
Yes,
Is there any colleague willing to second that, please?
Is there a second?
Okay, Mr. Chair, not hearing a second.
Wait, can I get a repeat of the motion?
President Christian, would you like me to repeat my motion?
Yes.
I motion that we extend the meeting till we complete the entire agenda. Completing the entire agenda includes completing items that are found in C, the items that we pulled, and items G and H.
I second the motion.
All right, it's been moved. Trustee Smith Fall, second. Was that Leon? Leon second. All right, to the vote. Trustee Phillips,
Phillips, nay.
Reckler, no.
Trustee Smith Fall,
Smith Folds, yes.
Leon, yes.
Flores, yes.
I'm gonna say yes, but it's not gonna care because you have to have three.
That's correct, because we do not have a tiebreaker and the motion ended in a tie, the motion fails. So we go back to item C2.
Can you repeat that, parliamentary?
Because the motion failed, because it was a tie, and you would be normally the tiebreaker, but your vote was to create a tie. So the motion fails, and we go back to item C2.
Back to C2.
Correct.
C2.
And Mr. Chair, did you want to give a time limit on any of these items?
Yes, C2.
Can you say that again, Ms. Parliamentarian?
Would you like to give a time limit on any or all of these items?
Yes, in order to get through it.
And what time limit would you like to impose, Mr. Chair?
What'd you say? 5 minutes, 2 minutes? All items. Trustee Phillips.
Per item?
Can I recommend that we just begin, because we're gonna spend more time talking about this than actually working.
All right. So you said don't do C2. 5 minutes? 5 minutes for each item. All right, so C2 was pulled?
By Leon.
So yes, for C2, looking into the different fundraiser activities, I can see 2 of Middle College's fundraisers that were brought to the board in March. I was wondering if I could get someone to contact regarding ASB fundraising.
Say it again, you would like us to contact?
I was wondering if I could get contact with someone who is in charge of the all-student body of fundraising, ASB.
Yes, of course. We can do that for you.
All right, thank you. That'll be all.
Trustee Phillips?
I recommend that the board approve the fundraising activities.
I do have a comment, President Christian.
I'm sorry, and I said I recommend. I move that the board approve the fundraising activities.
Perfect.
All right, and then Trustee Phillips, and then Trustee Smith Folds.
Dr. Hurst, I think it would be valuable if we had the way that we set up the spreadsheet, that we have the school, the fundraising activity, and the activity sponsor. It also would be helpful to know when the activity is going to take place, what month the activity is going to take place. It's just a little piece of added information that I think would help when we are approving these, right? So it came to the board in April. This is going to take place. For example, if the Hercules High School after school lunch pop-up pizza, if it's going to take place in, March or not March, May, it'd be nice to know when those take place. That's my only comment. Thank you.
All right, we need a second.
Reckler second.
It's been seconded by Reckler, moved by Trustee Phillips. All right, to the vote. Trustee Phillips,
Phillips, yeah.
Trustee Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
Trustee Smith Folds.
Smith Folds, yes.
All right. Trustee Leon,
Leon, yes.
thank you. And Trustee Flores,
Flores, yes.
thank you. And I am a yes. And the motion carries. All right, next we go to C. Is it C? Six? C6. Who pulled C6?
I did, President Christian.
Okay, go ahead.
So if I could get a brief overview of the English learner reclassification criteria revision, what's changed and why? And then the impact on students. Thank you.
Absolutely. The main reasons why we have the update are for assessment shift. Our district shifted into STAR testing for high school. And the state shifted into alternative LPAC for English learners with IEPs. For those two big reasons, we have to update the reclassification criteria. Now, because we had a thorough revision with MDAC and other community members, with the county, with the state, we've added other items that really make our reclassification criteria even stronger. But this is what really started the conversation. How it affects students. Right now, we've identified maybe 50 students who would be reclassifying under our newer criteria. But under a systems process, it would also benefit because using the STAR as an assessment that would be used, second grade to 12th grade. That would mean less assessments for high school students, which are taking right now the RI or reading inventory assessment test and the STAR. So that's less instructional time. It would be a common language for teachers to use and a common language for parents to use, a common data piece. The STAR assessment also aligns with other STAR assessments. This is STAR Math and STAR Spanish. I can go into more depth, but those are the big levers moving this piece.
Thank you so much. So when we move this item, what we're doing is bringing us into compliance, right? Bringing us into compliance and bringing us into an alignment with what's happening on a greater scale. And it's also giving us the opportunity to reclassify more students because we're using one kind of data matrix. And this has been approved and vetted through our MDAC, correct?
By MDAC, by the Special Education Department, by the county, and by the state.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
I move that we approve the revisions to the English learner reclassification criteria effective this 21-22 school year.
All right, thank you. It's been moved by Trustee Phillips. Is there a second?
Reckler second.
It's been seconded by Trustee Reckler. And now to the vote. Trustee Phillips,
Phillips, yay.
trustee Reckler,
Reckler, yeah.
trustee Smith Fall.
Smith Folds, yes.
All right. Student trustee, trustee Leon,
Leon, yes.
trustee Flores,
Flores, yes.
and Christian is a yes. And so the motion carries and it passes. And now we go to C9.
Okay, C9 is me. And if Mr. Freeze might explain what First Amendment of the Facilities Use Agreement means, meaning the first of many that may be coming, or what exactly does that mean?
So what the First Amendment means is the district entered into the Prop 39 agreement with Invictus Charter School for 1-year term for the 21-22 school year. Typically, they would come back every year and refile a proposition underneath Proposition 39, and we would go through the process and then either approve their application or deny it for the following year. This amendment to their contract would extend their term at the temporary campus underneath the existing terms of the agreement for 3 years, running through the 24-25 school year. It also establishes the rate in which they pay for the facilities. It's at $5 a square foot, and it has a 2% escalator over the 3-year term for each year. So that is what the First Amendment to the Prop 39 request for Invictus outlines.
And is it unusual to ink a multi-year agreement, or is this typical?
We've done this, and the board just approved the Richmond College Prep Agreement, which was a 5-year term on their agreement, and that was in lieu of Prop 39.
And should the entity merge, disband, go out of business, what happens to the lease agreement?
It's null and void.
At the full cost, or it's just?
Well, if they disband, then they vacate our facilities.
Thank you. I'm complete.
Trustee Phillips,
I move that we approve the First Amendment of the Facilities Use Agreement.
President Christian, I have a question.
go ahead.
My question is, Mr. Freeze, we heard in public comment the question, what is the impact on the rest of the district? Can you answer that question for me? And then secondly, you said they used to come year to year. This charter used to come year to year and ask for use of the facility, but now they're coming, we're asking, or are they asking, or we're saying that we want to give you a 3-year extension? So two questions, please.
So it's in both parties' best interest to try to negotiate a term on that particular campus of 3 years, so we don't come back to do this again in November when they refile their partition for the following year, and then we go through the process of evaluating equal facilities across the district within their attendance area. So it's to both of our advantages for a longer term agreement.
So before, when they came back year to year, you had to do what? What were the steps in the process? You had to reevaluate, you had to evaluate if they have enough space, you had to evaluate what was in that process, briefly, if you can.
Equal facilities at comparable schools within the district. So are we offering the same facilities that another school such as, say, Korematsu would offer? And those would be their comparative schools and or Kennedy High School.
Okay, thank you.
And I think to answer the other part of your question, this doesn't change the terms of their charter. This is really just a facility use agreement.
All right, thank you. All right, so need a second.
Reckler, second.
Reckler, second. It's moved by trustee Phillips and second by Reckler. And now to the vote. Trustee Phillips,
Phillips, yeah.
trustee Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
trustee Smith Fall,
Smith Falls, no.
trustee Leon,
Leon abstain.
trustee Flores,
Flores abstain.
and Christian, yes. And the motion, it carries. Is that all the, or do we have another one? Two more?
C10 would be next.
C10, who pulled C10? Go ahead, trustee Phillips.
I pulled this item because I believe that if staff and students are required to be on campus, the board should be here too. That's why I pulled the item. The same thing you've heard me say in previous months. Trustee Reckler says she has questions. I'm not making a motion, so you know, because I don't support this.
You say you do it now?
Trustee Reckler has questions, but I won't be making a motion because I do not support this.
Trustee Reckler.
I do have a couple of questions. So the first question is, because I've heard some things out there which I do not believe are true. So the first one is, if the board votes no, will we still have Zoom? Will meetings still be broadcast via Zoom? And will public comment still be taken via Zoom?
If the board votes no, the no will not be broadcast through Zoom.
I'm
Mr.
sorry, did you
Chair,
say they will not be broadcast through Zoom?
If the board votes no on the resolution,
If I can, just for clarity, prior to the COVID pandemic, the meetings were always broadcast. They were broadcast on Pinole TV and KRCT. So we've always broadcast our meetings. So I think there may be some confusion about whether we will continue to broadcast versus whether board members will continue to be able to Zoom in, because those are two different things. And I just want to bring that up for clarity as you're answering. There's no reason we can't continue to broadcast. We've always broadcasted.
But if I may, we will not have the ability for the public to engage if they're not in the building. So let's be clear what the superintendent just said. Yes, you will be able to see the meetings, but you will not be able to participate as a public party if you're not in the building. Superintendent Hurst, is that accurate?
that is my understanding.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
so we're having this issue at a lot of campuses with a lot of organizations that are covered under the Brown Act. And what happened with COVID was California, the governor said we were in a state of emergency. And because of that, the Brown Act was amended to include that we could do all of our meetings online. Okay. Now, we're coming out of the state of emergency. We're actually not officially out of it yet. When we come out of the state of emergency, the Brown Act allows a district to say, we want to continue under this emergency setting so that we can have our meetings online. Still, the way we've been doing. Now, if we choose not to do that, the Brown Act still allows us to have teleconference meetings. We can choose to still have the teleconference meetings. The only difference is going to be that every teleconference location would be a public location where members of the public could show up and be able to listen in and participate in the meeting.
So President Christian, here's my clarity point, as my other colleague made. If we choose to say no to this, what will happen is they will have to broadcast the address of where another person is teleconferencing in. For example, Mr. McIntyre was on vacation. He teleconferenced in. If we say no to this, he could still teleconference in, but we would have to post his location. That is accurate, because Dr. Hurst, is that accurate or not? Because that's what Ms. Dunning just said.
Not quite.
What
No,
they
no,
would
no.
have to post-
Only
okay,
the board
excuse me.
members.
So excuse me,
Only
Ms.
the
Dunning.
board
So,
members.
thank you. So Ms. Dunning, what they would have to do is if a board member teleconferenced in, for example, if a trustee is not present in person, but they are zooming in, then their address would had to be posted for public to be able to go to their location if they wanted to, because that is part of a board meeting. That's part of the board meeting. My question for my colleagues is, we could do the exact same thing. We still have the option of teleconferencing. We still have the option of doing what we're doing right now. But if you vote no to this, reason you're voting no is because you want a board member's address, which you may say is already public knowledge, but you want that board member's address public consumption. That they, instead of Googling it, they would now have it on the agenda. It would be on the agenda that this board member lives here, and if you want to go and participate in the meeting from this location, here's the address to do it, just like we publicize the address of Lavanya Dejan.
Okay.
I asked my colleagues why. The question that I have for colleagues is why, and Trustee Phillips has said, because if we have students and staff in person, then we should have board members in person. I asked my colleagues to explain to me why then we have virtual school, because we have students and staff on virtual school.
Let me ask Tammy, can you bring about clarity? So we could walk away with understanding?
Sure. This is a Brown Act issue relating to Governor Newsom's state of emergency. The district has the opportunity, even when the governor's state of emergency ends, to say, we are still under a state of emergency for our district, and we are going to continue these rules. And I'll have to go back and look in the Brown Act, but that does expire as well. What we could do is postpone this item until everyone has a chance to read the Brown Act. And I can certainly email it out. It's like 36 pages and a lot of it doesn't apply to us. But I can email out the relevant sections.
Trustee Phillips.
Sir, can we move to the vote?
We don't have a motion.
You're right. And I'm not going to make one. Someone else can make a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the resolution 66-2122 to renew the District Board of Education meeting during the state of emergency arising from COVID-19. I make a motion that we approve that. May I have a second?
Just to clarify, if this doesn't pass, or let's say this doesn't get seconded, what happens after that? Either it doesn't passes or we doesn't get voted on.
That's a very good question. Ms. Dunning, what is the answer to that? That's a very good question. If this is not seconded, does it just get, what happens?
Then it dies.
And what happens after that?
If we wish, we can, anyone can put it
It's
on the
been
next.
seconded
agenda.
by the president.
So now it goes to the vote.
Correct.
Is there room for comment?
Yes, for every motion, there's room for comment.
President Christian, I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I urge my colleagues to continue doing what we're doing when it comes to this resolution, which is passing this resolution that gives us the opportunity to not only to ensure, to guarantee and to ensure that we have community voice, to guarantee and to ensure that we have community voice. I ask my colleagues to pass this so it gives us the opportunity to have the community be able to call in and show up. We really cannot put this toothpaste back in the tube. This is the way of meetings. This is for now. And if we have the ability to keep approving this, I find that it's beneficial for us to do so. So I would urge my colleagues to take a minute and take the personal out of it and vote yes for this, because we're not losing anything. There is no loss with having the ability to have a hybrid model. And again, I'm looking for the assurances, not what people say, well, we think we're going to continue or we have the ability to continue. No, this is the assurance. The assurance is if I'm sitting here, then that is the ability for us to zoom in. That's an assurance. That is an assurance. And I do not have the assurance that that would continue. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I would ask my colleagues to vote yes on this because there is no logical reason not to. To say that it's because if we ask students to show up and we ask staff to show up, then the board should show up. Then we have opportunities for people who disagree with board members not being in person. They have the legitimate right to then vote that board member out. They can vote, that's the accountability level. The community can vote that board member out if they have a problem with it. But to say that we have students that show up in person and staff that shows up in person, that's disingenuous because we have a virtual school, literally. We have a virtual school. So students and staff in this district do their job from a virtual lens. Thank you. Again, I'm urging colleagues to vote yes on this.
All right. All right. Any other comments?
You know what?
Trustee Reckler?
You know, I just want to say that I feel like I was completely interrupted when I was asking questions from everybody. And so if I could just get a straight answer, will the meeting stay on Zoom? Will people be able to call in with public comment? Thank you.
Yes, I misunderstood. So yes, they still will be able to teleconference and call in as well. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Another question. My question is, then what is voting yes or no? What's going to change about this item? Like what's gonna change? What's the official difference if the procedures are still the same?
And maybe the parliamentarian could step in, but I believe then we're just talking about the board member being present versus zooming in. The public will still be able to teleconference in and call in. I think
And
that's
Trustee Leon, to add to that, it would be if a board member did choose to teleconference in, they would have to publicize their address from where they're teleconferencing in from. So they can still choose to teleconference, but they would have to publicize their address from where they're choosing to teleconference in from. That's what happens if we say no to this resolution. Is that correct, Ms. Dunning?
That is correct.
If we say yes to this resolution, everything stays exactly like it is now. Board members can teleconference from any location without giving that location out to the public.
That is correct, because the board would be saying we're still under a state of emergency.
If we say yes.
That's correct.
And again, I urge my
And that
colleagues.
expires. I just looked at the Brown Act. I brought it up and I provided a link in the chat. And this would remain in effect only until January 1st, 2024.
Thank you. So again, Trustee Leong, I hope I provided a little bit more clarity. If we say yes to this, everything stays the same. Again, I urge colleagues to say yes to this.
Can we please vote?
Not sure if that was a motion or if a motion is
It's
needed
a
if there are no more
it's-
questions.
It was a request,
Okay,
which I can ask of my chair, and I am asking him if we can please vote.
Could I fit in one more question? Sorry. One more quick question.
All right.
So if it's in the Brown Act that the location has to be disclosed, does that also do the same thing for student trustees? As in, if I'm working on an assignment, and I can't show up, does the same thing apply?
The parliamentarian is saying yes. Even though
Yes,
two
sir.
board members are saying no, the parliamentarian is saying it does apply to board members. Parliamentarian, can you give us clarification? It applies to student trustees. Can you give us clarification?
it applies to the student trustees as well because it applies to all board members. It does not make an exception for whether you're a student trustee or not.
Point of order. The student trustees do not have actual votes that even go into the record. There are no Brown Act violations with them. They can't vote.
They do vote.
I am asking, can we please vote?
They
on this
do vote.
item?
If I could respond to that, Mr. Chair, the student trustees are board members and they do have a vote, even if their vote under the district policy is ceremonial. They're
I
still
move
board
that we
members.
close debate. That's a formal motion that we close debate. Can I have a second, please?
All right, so we just take it to the vote and
So we need to either, Mr. Chair, because you have a motion to end debate, we either need to have a second on that, or if there are no more
Need a
questions or
second.
comments, we can go straight to a vote. You can end the comment period.
President Christian, I have a comment unless you're moving to second the close of debate. I have a comment.
all right, we need a second.
Well, as a chair, you can end the comment period. You don't even
Reckler
need
second.
regular seconds. So now we need to vote on calling the question. This requires a 2/3 vote.
All right, let's,
Phillips, yes.
Reckler, yes.
Smith Falls, no. I think we need to continue to discuss it.
Trustee Leong,
Abstain.
Trustee Flores,
Flores abstain.
abstain.
So what's the ruling of the chair, Ms. Dunning? Or
So
what's the ruling?
we had 3 votes.
Technically, Madam Parliamentarian, does it pass?
Yeah,
Because,
that is 2/3. 2/3 of the vote.
okay, debate's closed. Let's vote.
That is correct.
Can we restate the motion, please? So everyone is clear what we're voting on?
The motion was to approve the resolution. We have moved to close the debate, and I don't want the time run out, so please start the vote.
President Christian, President
You just
Christian.
nodded at me to start voting. Phillips, yes. I mean, Phillips, no. I'm sorry. Phillips is no. No, no.
Reckler, no.
President Christian Smith Folds is a yes, and I would like you to facilitate this meeting, but Smith Folds is a yes. Thank you so much, President Christian. Again, Smith Folds is a yes. I do not want student trustees' address publicized. Smith Folds is a yes.
Let's do. Trustee Leon,
Leon, yes.
trustee Flores,
Flores, yes.
abstain. Fails, and so
Ms. Dunning, what does that mean?
Means the motion failed. We had 2 noes and 1 yes, 1 abstention.
so we go to C12. Who pulled C12?
I pulled C12, but the meeting is over. It's 10:30.
That is correct.
Yep, it's 10:30.
So, Mr. Chair, if you could adjourn us, announce the adjournment.
And the next meeting,
No, that's later on the agenda. We're adjourned. No more business.
that's it. The meeting's over. It's closed. It's adjourned.
There we go. Thank you.